Are you guys ready? All right, thank you. Nelson, thanks for sitting in for us this morning. Appreciate it. Good morning and welcome to the February 5th, 2025 City Planning Commission meeting. I know it's been a rough day of some ice, but thanks for being here, everybody. The commissioners look forward to hearing your case today as we understand every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and the city staff. Our meeting will follow the advertised docket, and we'll hear the cases in order they are listed, beginning with the consent agenda, followed by the regular docketed items. The commissioners believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is hybrid and recorded, we have time limits for the cases we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for the applicant plus questions by the commissioners. Then once we move into public comment, I will call on those who are joining us here in person first, followed by those who are joining us virtually. We do have a timer to keep our meeting on track and expect public comments to be no longer than 2 minutes when speaking as an individual or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or a larger group. In all instances, please be brief and limit repetitive comments. If you're joining us virtually, I ask be ready to go with your camera turned on and your screen name correctly displayed. So as we get started, I know there's some other rules that staff would like to tell us. So Sarah, please let us know those.
Sure, thank you. I'm going to describe the testimony procedures for our hybrid meeting today. For everyone joining us online, please know that there are two categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in a case, please use the raised hand function when the case is called to let staff know that you should be promoted to a panelist position. When the promotion happens, you will need to first accept the promotion. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic. You will reconnect shortly. If you're joining us via the Zoom app on a smartphone or computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name so that we can call on you at the appropriate time. Understand that if you are calling in on a phone line, you cannot adjust your screen name. It appears as your phone number, and you will not be able to use the raise hand function in the Zoom app, but you can raise your hand when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. At the time of promotion, please turn on your camera so that the commission can see you. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. As a reminder, the chat box is only for questions about the agenda, and merits of each case should not be discussed in the chat box. For everyone joining us today in person, please approach the microphone on the podium when it is appropriate to give testimony. If you are the applicant for a case, you can come and sit up at the desk. You need to have any exhibits ready on a jump drive, and you can email them to the staff planner. If you are in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well, and joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. Those are all of our procedures.
Okay, thank you. Just so everybody knows, we have the 5 commissioners here in person and we have 2 other commissioners online, Commissioner Lynch and Commissioner Beasley. So everybody knows that. So let's begin with our consent agenda item.
Our consent docket has one item today, case CLD Final Plat 2024-37, a request to approve a final plat in District SC Shoal Creek, creating 27 lots and 1 tract on about 13 acres, generally located at the northeast corner of Northeast 76th Street and North Donnelly Avenue.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners regarding docket item C1? Commissioner Lynch or Beasley? All right, so let's open it for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item C1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item C1 with conditions.
Second.
We got a motion and a second for approval of docket item C1. Margaret, can you take roll call, please?
Harkin.
Aye.
Beasley.
Aye.
Rao.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Adia.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes and 7-0. All right, let's move on to our regular docketed items, beginning with those that are looking to be heard at a different date.
We have Continuances begin with number 15, case CD CPC 2024-193, a request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved plan in District UR on about 13.41 acres generally located at 241 East Linwood Boulevard between Costco and Home Depot. Staff requests continuance without fee to February 19th. Number 16, case CD SUP 2024-55, a request to approve a special use permit for motor vehicle repair general and light equipment sales/rentals outdoor in District B3-2 on about 0.6 acres generally located at the northeast corner of East Truman Road and White Avenue. Staff recommends continuance without fee to March 19th, which is different from what's printed on your docket. March 19th for that one. And case number 17, CD CPC 2024-163, a request to approve a preliminary plat with deviations in District R 7.5 on about 41 acres, generally located at 16001 S Road. Staff requests continuance without fee to February 19th.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of docket items 15, 16, or 17? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding continuance of docket items 15, 16, or 17, please come forward or use the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, so we'll close public testimony then. I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to continue docket items 15 and 17 without fee to February 19th and to continue docket item 16 without fee to March 19th.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for continuance of those docketed items. Margaret, please take roll call on that motion.
Parkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hassick,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Adia.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes to continue those docketed items. All right, let's move back to, since we didn't get to hear at our last meeting, the update. What is that? Update to Casey Spirit Playbook?
Yes, Spirit Playbook implementation and zoning code amendments. Ashley Winchell from Wilson and Company is our consultant working with us on this, who may appear familiar to some of you as a past KCMO City Planning employee.
Welcome back to Kansas City.
Thanks. It's been a while. Haven't presented in this room, so good to see you, Kobe.
Make sure it's, I don't think it's,
So you need to
Sure.
share your screen.
Okay,
Yep, I think it's got to make sure it's sharing.
up on there. Everyone's good. You're
Yep,
seeing.
there you go.
And you're seeing the presentation, not the note slide.
correct.
Awesome. Great. Well, good morning, members of the City Plan Commission. My name's Ashley Winchell. I'm a planner with Wilson and Company, and we've been contracted with the City of Kansas City to assist with updates to Title 88, the Zoning and Development Code. So we're going to give a brief overview of what we're aiming to do and the timeline for some of these updates. So this is an implementation measure of the KC Spirit Playbook. One of the best practices that a city can do after adopting a comprehensive plan is updating the zoning code to implement some of the measures within that comprehensive plan. So what we are doing for the city is identifying potential code updates based off of the comprehensive plan's recommendations, as well as looking for places where the code could be more efficient or work better for developers, work better for the city in general. And then we'll be helping write some of those sections and supporting the adoption process. So right now we're working on 4 different topics within the zoning code. Large format uses, which are traditionally, big warehouses, distribution centers, data centers. So we're looking at a number of different things related to those. We're looking at parking regulations, and then later in our contract, we'll be looking at overlays and design guidelines, as well as housing. So what we've been doing is reviewing the KC Spirit Playbook, just a reminder of how that's set up with key concepts, objectives, community-supported actions, and measures of success. So the first topic we're looking at is large format uses. So far, we've completed a first draft of the best practices. And then we've also had a workshop with staff. We're beginning to interview different developers that work on a lot of these just to get feedback on how we can improve the approval process, but also how can we make changes in the code that support things like design requirements, balancing the function of these with regulations, mitigating potential nuisances, and then also looking at how data centers are defined in the code, since that hasn't been updated since 2011. And I think a lot has changed with data centers since that point in time. So we're continuing to work with staff on pulling together draft code amendments for review and further conversation. We're also working on the parking code. So parking is addressed in the Casey Spirit Playbook in a number of different ways, but some of the major themes are reducing reliance on parking, encouraging alternative transportation, and pursuing transit-oriented developments. So we're taking into account a number of considerations. Some of the things with the parking ratios is right-sizing parking. So we've been looking at this map on your screen. We've been mapping out all the different exception and exemption areas in the city to see where there's overlaps and if there's opportunities for simplification. We also are understanding that there's complications sometimes with change of use based on providing parking. We're looking at the alternative parking strategies, and then we're also looking at the bike parking ratios in addition to other portions of the parking code. Further on in the project, we'll be looking at best practices for design guidelines. So this is addressed in the Casey Spirit Playbook of establishing guidelines that essentially support transit-oriented development or walkability, property values, sustainability, and then furthering neighborhood character. And then finally, we'll be preparing best practices for regulating housing. So how can affordable housing be better implemented through the zoning code? How can missing middle housing be further permitted in certain areas? And then how can we make sure there's a diversity of housing within the city? So this is our timeline. We are wrapping up the best practices guides. We'll start working on draft amendment language once we get feedback from the city and have further conversations with different folks impacted by these different topics. And then we'll be doing public engagement and bringing large format use and parking text amendments to City Plan Commission and City Council this spring. And then at that time too, we'll also be starting the best practices for zoning overlays and design guidelines and housing code. With that, I'm happy to take any questions. Would love to hear, if there's things around these topics that come to you all. You hear all kinds of cases related to industrial parking, all of that. And so knowing, what are things you've noticed would be really helpful. And then we look forward to bringing you some of these amendments in the future.
Okay, any questions from the commission?
I've got one. This is oversimplifying it a lot, but when you were talking about large format uses, you had a comparison of two different facades, one that was encouraged and discouraged. And it seemed as though overall the theme of what you all are working on is identifying needs within the city and allowing people, businesses, organizations to better fulfill those needs faster. And most of them seem to be kind of like greasing the wheels for development, so to speak, or making things more achievable. That was one that seemed that it would potentially make things more difficult. Is that like a reasonable assessment that the goal is like with what you identified to start with? These topics are areas where there's a need identified that we want more of in the city. And for the most part, it's trying to figure out where the code is restrictive as opposed to adding parking requirements or making parking requirements more onerous, et cetera.
I wouldn't say it's just to make things easier, to make things harder. I think it's to identify what's the best practice for getting the city the best development possible and thinking about all of the things that go into it and what impacts the surrounding development, what impacts that development. How can we, from the get-go, have regulations in place that that make sure that when a development comes in, that those potential issues are mitigated, and that also if there are barriers to things that the city's identified as a goal to reach, how can we, understanding that maybe the barrier might be there for a reason. So what's the purpose of that? And then how can we, if that barrier is needed, how can we improve the functionality of the code for those different uses or whatnot? So I wouldn't say it's necessarily one way or the other. It's kind of balancing all of that.
And then the directive in terms of priorities, was that something that's just like city staff came up with in terms of these are the things that we're hearing about the most that need to be addressed the fastest or soonest?
I'll take that. Jennifer Reinhardt, City Planning Lead Planner for Casey Spirit Playbook implementation. That's correct. Internally, staff in city planning with across divisions and looking at specific recommendations from the playbook, we identified those first 4 to ask our contractor to start on. The contract is for on-call services, and so the expectation is if there are other items maybe identified by commissioners, there is flexibility in what we ask our consultant to work on, but those first 4 were chosen based on the feedback we received from the community to put together the playbook and what was identified in the document.
And then last question, of some of the topics mentioned, so parking, missing middle, those do feel like national themes that are more mainstream that I have more familiarity with. Is since in terms of your timeline, you've already looked at best practices for large format uses. Is Kansas City in line with leading cities, or are we behind on large format uses? Will there be a lot to improve upon there?
So what we're finding is most cities regulate industrial all kind of the same and then have different requirements based on the size. And so, this definition of large format uses and direction on it is, we're finding more of like a global approach for other communities versus very specific on just the larger developments. And so that's something we're working with the city on of what's the best approach, whether we focus on, what's appropriate for all, or do we just focus on the impacts of these really big buildings because they do have different impacts than some of the smaller ones.
All right, to clarify, so you're saying that most cities don't look at it as a large format use separate from other uses?
That's what we found, but I also think that this has changed really rapidly, whereas the industrial buildings that are coming in are just much larger. I mean, I can't remember how many football fields we could fit into ACE, but that was one thing we were looking at is, these are really big. They have bigger impacts just when you think about stormwater or stream buffer regulations, the number of.
Grid.
Yeah. So it's definitely.
So then, whereas with parking standards, just for the sake of example, or missing middle, we might be adopting best practices that a lot of cities have kind of already proven to be successful. With something like large format, it might be a little bit more new territory.
Exactly.
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah, and some of that, some of our older industrial areas, one of the things that we're finding through the Kansas City Industrial Council is the way, like you said, the manufacturing, the way it was done a while back, they needed smaller buildings, smaller parcels. Now you need larger buildings, larger parcels. How can we help identify those areas where we can combine parcels or a mechanism to kind of redraw the line, so to speak, kind of like LCRA does. Maybe we can do the same thing from an industrial standpoint to, provide the larger parcels to which industries can develop within those. We've got some ideas through the Kansas City Industrial Council, but I think we just need to bring that up at some point. That's kind of one deterrent for redevelopment of some of those older industrial areas.
And that's a good, to piggyback a little bit on your comment, these are kind of low-hanging fruit topics for us to address right now with this. Longer term, we are thinking about just a complete update to Chapter 88 and how we might put together a bigger project to look at all of our procedures, all of our uses, all of those standards. That's not this project. This project is trying to pick off these really hot topics for us. And then, so there's a lot, Ashley's going to do some great work for us in trying to address these topics. And I'm sure things will come up as we have these conversations that we will need to table for the bigger code update, hopefully sometime in the not too distant future.
I'm really excited to see these recommendations.
We are too.
Kobe, I have
Yep.
2 questions when you get around to it.
Yeah, I'm ready for you.
The order that you presented these, or is this the order in which you'll be working on them? And I mainly want to focus in on housing since that's one of our hot buckets. Where does that actually fall in relooking at the zoning? And would we wait until the whole project is done? Or are you going to come back and present those improvements and deliverables per section?
Yeah, so we're looking at bringing large format uses and parking this spring, and then we'll start the best practices review this spring for those. And so at that point in time, I imagine then we would come back and provide an update on those 2 topics.
And just a further clarification to the commissioner's question, this is driven by the timeline for the contract in the city's budget season. And so part of this is, a condensed time frame. And so we decided to choose those first 2 to focus on now, and then make sure we allocate the resources to continue the work on some of those larger conversations around housing to make sure we have a really strong public engagement process defined.
Yeah, Commissioner Beasley, we know that housing will need a lot more community engagement in order to identify what action we need to take than large format uses. And so large format uses is just easier to get done quicker. And that's one reason why you will see that first.
So how does this tie into case number 14 on today's docket?
They're really 2 separate things. The large format uses, we're looking at citywide standards, and case number 14 is very specific about rezonings in one particular area of the city.
But I thought the beginning portion of our discussion was talking about the change in size requirements. That doesn't tie into zoning and the area that you're going to be looking at up north?
Yes, ma'am, but we're trying to set standards for the entire city for large format uses, regardless of where they're located.
So again, how does that tie into number 14?
Number 14 is specifically about rezonings of any size. And so that could be large format uses, or it could be smaller areas. It could be, when Ashley talks about large format uses, there are industrial uses that might not be large format. And so number 14 is very specific to the KCI area planning area. So they're certainly related topics, but they would not impact each other in terms of next steps, if that makes sense.
So am I hearing you saying she wouldn't be working with you on this number 14?
No. No offense,
As-
Ashley, but the long-range planning staff will be handling the area plan update, and they won't be working with Wilson and Company on that project, as far as I know.
That's correct.
Stop sharing.
I was gonna just quick question on public engagement. Are you planning on offering information or like on the open houses, interpreters or translations to other languages? I know that
Mhm.
I'll take that. Yes, we are fortunate as a city to have other departments with translations. So we have begun conversations to make sure they'll have those both materials, the written materials, they'll be translated in other. We're confirming how many additional languages at the moment, but then we will make sure that there is as available, staff on hand to provide that translation service for in-person or virtual conversations.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner Beasley or Commissioner Lynch?
No, sir.
No,
Okay.
I'm good for now. Thanks, Kobe.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate the update. All right, let's move on to docket item number 1, please.
Number 1 is case CD CPC 2024-166, a request to approve a de-annexation from the corporate limits of the city of Kansas City, Missouri, to permit subsequent annexation by the city of Parkville, Missouri, on about 80 acres, generally located between Northwest 52nd Terrace on the south, Northwest 56th 56th Street on the north, and the corporate limits of the city of Parkville on the west.
The applicant available?
I don't know if they're online or stuck on a bridge.
I do not see any hands raised online.
Okay. If they're not here right now, I think we move on or hold it for now and move on to the next case, if that's all right.
That would be great. Case number 2 is CD CPC 2024-177, a request to approve a rezoning from District UR to District UR, acting as a major amendment in District UR for a residential development on about 1.83 acres, generally located on 3 different properties. The first at Cherry Street between East 4th and East 5th Street, the second at the northeast corner of Charlotte Street and East 5th Street, and the third at north of the East 4th Street and Campbell Street connection south of East 3rd Street.
I'm recusing from this case.
Yes. Thank you.
So was there a staff report online on
There was.
Compass
Yes.
Casey? I couldn't.
There
you couldn't
wasn't.
find- Anyway, so we might just have
I-
you be,
I mean,
I
looked through all
couldn't
the-
find it either, Tyler.
I looked through all the documentation, but I
Same.
couldn't see there. I didn't find a staff report.
but maybe if you can go like 10% more detailed with your presentation.
Yep, yeah, just a little bit more.
Okay. All right, Larissa Chambi, City Planning and Development, and I will do a more detailed presentation for this application.
Just 10%.
Okay. And so as was mentioned, this is for the Columbus Park Townhome Major Amendment. This is the location of the property. It's located in the, in the Columbus Park neighborhood. And then zooming in, this is the 3 locations of the amendments. There are 3 separate ones, all within the original Columbus Park Gwinnett Phase 3 UR plan. And so that original plan extends from Oak Traffic Way along the west, and then it ends at Gillis Street on the east. And then the northern boundary is East 3rd Street, and it goes to approximately East 5th Street. So these are all within that plan area. And then just a closer view of phases 1 and 2. And the phases that I'll be talking about are what the project calls each property. And there's different numbers in the following slides. So just wanted to make that clear. So phase 1, phase 2, and then phase 3. So this is the originally approved plan. The original plan did propose a mixture of commercial and residential uses. All 3 lots were proposed to have residential uses. So phase 1, which is highlighted in red, had 2 buildings, each with 26 apartments and accessory parking. Phase 2 had 1 building, and that had 6 apartments. And then phase 3 had 16 townhomes, and then Campbell Street extending all the way up north to East 3rd Street. What is being proposed this is for phase 1. So this is 35 townhome units with an access that just goes around. And then all of these are rear loaded garages. And then a second access on Cherry, which also provides access to those garages as well. And this project has open space between these 2 buildings, and I've highlighted that in the corner of the slide. Phase 2 now has 2 buildings, and there's 12 townhome units. It has 1 access, and again, rear-loaded garages. And you can see that existing parking to the south. And then phase 3 kept a pretty similar layout to what was previously approved, and it has 17 townhouse units. This open space area is also highlighted here in the bottom corner. And this is one I just wanted to touch base on. You didn't get to see my staff report, so I'm glad I updated this slide. The applicant is not proposing to extend Campbell all the way north to 3rd Street. They're proposing to vacate, and this green area is just an approximation. The entire area of vacation will be determined with future talks with the Public Works Department and the applicant. The curb line here is just a little different than what we normally see, so that will be a discussion with Public Works. And then once that is vacated, they would like to provide a pedestrian easement to connect to that sidewalk along East 3rd Street. So all 3 phases are going to connect sidewalks to what's existing. And then these are the front elevations and rear elevations. Again, you can see those garages. There's brick proposed for the first floor and then a little bit on the second floor to add some change in materials. And then the side elevations also proposed. The applicant did give us a material board with their proposed construction materials and some perspective drawings also provided by the applicant. The applicant is proposing landscaping in compliance with the zoning and development code and is proposing a variety of ways to help meet that since it is kind of difficult to have healthy landscaping in this area. They're proposing a lot of natives and some raised planters as well. So this is the view of phase 1 from the intersection of East 4th Street and Cherry Street. This is right behind this flag sign is the property for the phase 2. And then phase 3 is right here north of Campbell, and this is where that extension would have been. And just to show, this is where it would have connected to East 3rd Street. So that is the end of the presentation. I can go into more detail if you have specific questions for it, but staff is recommending approval with conditions.
What are the conditions?
There are standard conditions. We have quite a few. They're
So it's all, is it just our list of standards that we see on? Okay.
correct. And with the added condition of a vacation, receiving approval from the city council when phase 3 is getting ready to move forward. And then again, that pedestrian easement. So we've included those.
Can you go back to the slide of the site plan of phase 2, the intersection between Charlotte and 5th Street?
This one? Or did you want to see the old
Yes,
plan?
this one.
Okay.
So, okay, am I seeing this right, that the property line stops at the diagonal parking? And that's city-owned, that parking that's there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. And this is not a through street. It just stops there. There's another property already here.
Mhm.
Any other questions for Larissa?
What's the total number of units across all 3 phases?
It'll be 64 units in total.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, we will welcome the applicant.
Thank you.
Yeah, Lee Berman and Lance Carlton, really appreciate the opportunity today. We have had some great interactions with the neighborhood, the city council members and department of the city, talking through various pieces of this project. We think it's a great infill project, really adding back presence on the street in the historic Columbus Park neighborhood. And we believe that this is a missing middle housing type that has that the neighborhood has specifically advocated for. So we're really excited to be able to sort of be in direct alignment with them. And yeah, so if there are questions.
One thing that's unique here is this property has been in this UR for 20 plus years. And we came along about a year and a half ago. The developer reached out to us. We've had some success implementing some plans in Beacon Hill and other areas. So we met with them, and the first thing we did was meet with the neighborhood. And that was, we knew we had to work with the neighborhood and make sure we were implementing what they wanted. And so kudos to Lee here. His background in working with neighborhoods really paid off. And they're a great neighborhood. I think we've shared a letter of their support with Larissa and some fellow city personnel. And so we were really thrilled to have that. And I know that can be, I've done other projects in the past, and that can be hard to come by. So we're thrilled to have the neighborhood support for this project.
I would say not just support, but advisement. I would
Advisement,
say at times they've picked up 10. But I think that that's the key to this project success will be the ability to have people live in new housing, but be in Columbus Park. And so,
And this is for sale housing, not for
sale.
rent.
Do you know what your anticipated price point is?
it's starting just below 500 and going just above 600.
500,000?
Correct.
What's the square footage? So
We will have smaller units around a little over 1,300 and going over 1,800 square feet or 1,900 with the corners.
Any other questions for the applicant? If there are
No.
none, if there are none, we'll open it up for public testimony.
There are no hands raised online.
If there's no one here wishing to speak, then we'll go ahead and close public testimony. And any last comments from the applicant?
No, we're excited to get going on the project, hopefully with your approval today, and timeline's pretty quick to actually break ground and not have to wait another 20 years.
Great. With that, I will look for a motion.
Well, before I put the emotion, I'd like to say, first off, I know you've done a lot of work with that and working with the neighborhoods, especially in the Northeast, is a task. So I appreciate that and I appreciate the support there. So for that, I'll put a motion to approve with conditions docket item number 2.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 2 with conditions. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Aye. Oh,
Harkin,
aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Frau. Oh, I'm sorry. Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Great. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Good luck with the project.
Thank you.
I don't see the applicant for number 1 online yet, so do you want to go on to number 3?
Yeah,
Yep.
just keep going.
Let's keep going. Yep.
Docket item number 3 is case CD CPC 2024-198, a request to approve a major amendment to a development plan in District R 7.5 on about 60 acres generally located on the north side of Northwest 108th Street, approximately 1,600 feet west of North Green Hills Road, to allow for the creation of 251 units with deviations to the required lot and building standards of the R 7.5 zoning district.
Good morning. Matthew Barnes, City Planning and Development, Development Management Division. Here for docket item number 3, which is a major amendment to a development plan for Tiffany Meadows. The site is located in the Northland. You can see its location just south of Interstate 435 and east of Interstate 29 in relation to the airport there as well. Here is a closer view yet. You can see 435 just at the top of the screen there. Directly adjacent to the west is the Tiffany Lakes neighborhood, which is an established neighborhood there. But other than that, it's very rural surroundings on that. And there is, just to note, a stream buffer right there on the western side of the site. And this is just a view looking at that site currently. You can see it is undeveloped and largely farmland previously. This might look familiar to some of you. They came through with a development plan, I believe, 2 years ago, with 251 lots with deviations. They rezoned to R 7.5 and were granted deviations by City Council in respect to lot area and setbacks. Just for reference on this, north is on the left side of the screen there. To this, on the bottom of the screen is the Tiffany Lakes neighborhood, and 108th Street is on the right there. like I said, ordinance 230199 approved rezoning from AGR to R7.5, as well as a development plan with deviations to the lot area, lot width, front setback, rear setback, and side setbacks. This major amendment is not proposing any changes to the number of dwelling units or lot layout, private open spaces, or vehicular and pedestrian circulation. So this layout right here is what was approved with that previous ordinance, and then is also what they are proposing today. What is changing is laid out on this table here. You can see for the R7.5, the first column is what the zoning code requires. The second column is what was previously approved by City Council, and the third column are the new requested deviations. And yellow are the two deviations that are being asked to further be deviated from. So the front yard setback, they're asking for a 20-foot setback on all properties within the development. This was previously approved for a 25-foot setback on those properties. And for the rear yard setback, they're asking for a 15-foot setback, and previously was approved for a 25. The Tiffany Lakes Neighborhood Association has raised some concerns. They submitted a letter or an email to me, but it was after my staff report had already went out. They had concerns about the water drainage, so ongoing issues with the runoff, and they request that a swell should be required to direct runoff to the retention pond. This is along the western side of the property. They also had concerns with further variances beyond the R7.5 standards, and request that the plat be modified to comply with the R7.5 standards, as well as traffic concerns. These, when completely constructed, there would be 251 units off of a single exit. This does meet fire code, however, because it connects into the neighborhood to the west, the Tiffany Lakes neighborhood. But there is only one exit. And then there was also some concerns in their letter from adjacent infrastructure, such as 108th Street, which has not been improved to what the major street plan calls for. But as I said, that is on the major street plan. The developer, within discussions with the applicant, has proposed a condition that the developer shall provide a swell at the rear of the lots along the western boundary of the Tiffany Meadows development, which abut the existing Tiffany Lakes neighborhood. The additional stormwater flow shall be conveyed to natural drainage ways or detention facilities provided within Tiffany Meadows project boundaries. And that will address one of the concerns that the neighborhood had stated in their letter. With that, staff is recommending approval with conditions, and I can take any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Not for staff.
Okay. All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Good morning. Steve Warger, Warger Associates, 6127 Northwest Pine Ridge Circle, Parkville, Missouri. Project engineer on this, and I believe the developers and other representatives are online also during this. I want to reiterate what Matthew had said, that this is this is just for a variance in another deviation in the setbacks on the lots. All of the lots, streets, everything before is exactly the same as what it was before. And so we're just coming forward to do that. We initially had it approved. We had complete construction plans done. And it was decided that because of our sizes and where we're at, that it wasn't economically feasible, and there may have been some other factors. But we're just coming back with the same number of lots. The reason for that is because we've looked at some other conceptual house plans potentially. Haven't finalized any of that, but we are closer to that. In doing so, most of these lots will have like a patio or whatever out the rear. And we think that possibly more of a selling point would be to enclose those. Sometimes you get the screened in porches or whatever, which then makes that a structure which makes it to where it doesn't fit within the confines of the 100-foot day plot with the previously approved deviation. So for the most part, this deviation is basically to allow for that screened-in porch. There will be some times we'll use the whole 10 feet. Some of it might be 6 feet, 7 feet, just depends on each individual house. And instead of trying to come back and redo that for each individual building as we go or house as we go, we wanted to get this as a general guideline or boundary where we would be in. And this will not be like you build a house and you're 15 foot from the rear yard and it's just a solid wall. There will be the normal look of a rear yard house. Also wanted to point out with that in the initial design, and it's still the same, along the westerly side of the property, those lots abutting Tiffany Lakes on the south side of the connection are approximately 128 feet deep, and on the north side is 100 feet deep. So those lots would not be impacted. We would not need to use any variance on the rear yard in those locations. So we would hold with the 25 foot that was approved before. Also with that, we would like to point out, even though it's not part of it, but that's okay, is that the way this is designed and the way it was done, there is basically a ridge line pretty much down the center of the property. So all that water flows to the west and towards Tiffany Lakes. In our design, we have streets going through there, and the storm sewer system from that enclosed storm sewer system will be taken to the north to the detention facility that is in the open area and that area there, and then that volume difference and will be controlled in that detention facility. So in reality, we're basically reducing the amount of water that's actually flowing to those houses in Tiffany Lakes. But to work with the neighbors, we said we would go ahead and put the swale in. Should be pointed out too that as far as drainage in the southwest corner, we have talked with the Opplingers that are there. We did that in the first phase. We've talked to them again since then. We were providing an extra detention facility there to slow the water down and get the discharge, because this subdivision was built long enough ago that they weren't required to extend the stormwater to the property line. So there is no way for us to pick anything up unless you go through the cul-de-sac, across the street, down the street. So it's not feasible to get that to the enclosed system as far as doing this. On the north side, it's a little bit the same, but we have agreed to the swale in the rear yards to help with their concerns. They mentioned traffic and fire safety. Like Matt said, we have a connection into Tiffany Lakes. We will tell all of our subs not to use Tiffany Lakes as an access during construction. I don't know that they'd really want to drive all the way up through to get there anyway, since it's easier up 108th. 108th Street, from a traffic standpoint and viability, that street is, a major street plan where the city is the one that constructs that. There'll be a future 4-lane road. I'm not sure of timing, but I haven't heard anything. And then we even in the design have asked for a preliminary profile on 108th, and that has not been done yet. So we're trying to take that into account when we're doing our design. So that's a future improvement done by the city. And with that, that's open to questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
Yeah, yeah, I just had one. So when you were mentioning the request so that you can get that extra screened in patio, I guess this is both for staff. If we do that, technically nothing's holding you from bringing the building all the way back there, correct?
That's correct.
So if ever the property changed hands, someone else could do whatever they wanted. Now, you're saying at the south, east, and north, right? Because you said the west properties are far enough off the line.
Basically, if you just take the lots along the west property line, north and south through there, along the bottom of the page that Matt had shown you, those are the ones that wouldn't need it. The other ones are 100 foot by 50 foot. I wouldn't anticipate that you would have a house that's like a rectangular box that's 40 by 60 or whatever that dimension is that gets in there. That wouldn't, I mean, we're not doing it and right now, that's the same in any subdivision, even in R5 or whatever that's got no variances or whatever. They don't build a square in the back or the front.
So what would that, sorry, staff, what would that allow then? Would it allow you to abut the property line? Or
No, it still requires this,
a normal setback,
yeah,
standard setback?
these setbacks, yes.
Okay. All right. That was my only question.
This is a pretty efficient program or thing you put together, pretty packed in there. Can you talk about the open tract in the northeast and how that'll be accessed?
Yeah, we do have an access, I believe, that's shown in there probably about 2/3 of the way up because that's a detention facility. There is access from the south of all that area, an open area with the stub street behind that lot that's there.
Say that again, the last part?
I believe we have, yeah, there is room. Page up just a little bit or go down to the connecting street, Matt.
Yeah, there's like a small little access
Go
between
to the right.
194.
Go on back a little more. That's where that stub street is. There is access behind that lot and going into this stream buffer area and the other open area back in there.
And so I'm looking at tract D, which is listed as, so yeah, there's tract B, there's tract D. And so there is access to the road. And I'm wondering if you could help me understand in between lots 194, 195, like what that would look like, what that experience would be.
I would assume it's just a grassed area.
Okay.
It's not
And
going to be
so-
a paved drive into there.
Okay. And then, okay, so in terms of open green space, just because if some of these lots, as you said, are pretty deep and some of them aren't as much, I was just trying to understand the sense of what open space there would be. So then you have the pool clubhouse in tract A at the bottom as well. And so that'll be the primary
Correct.
open space. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Commissioner Beasley?
So I was going to ask, is this going to be considered a gated community?
No,
No? Okay.
no, ma'am.
Well, I was concerned with it only having one entry and one exit.
It will actually have two. We are entering and exiting on 108th Street, and then there's an exit and access way into Tiffany Lakes to the west. We are providing stub streets to the north and to the east for any future development, just like a typical subdivision.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's your timing to do this project?
Well, like I said before, we had plans all done, so since it was over a year, we had to resubmit them. So we've got those in for review at this point, and so I would assume probably summer.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon. Yeah, come on up to the podium. If you don't mind, state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jim Jones. I'm a resident at 11127 North Hall, which abuts the northern section of the new development. And I'm secretary of the HOA board for Tiffany Lakes, and I'm speaking on their behalf. There are a number of areas of concern for me and my constituents. Drainage we've talked some about, so I won't go into that too much, except that I want to note that with the new variances that they've requested, each of those 50 by 100 lots could be more than 50% covered by roofed property, not counting any adjacent porches, driveways. And then you add in the sidewalks and streets, and that development will be roughly 80% covered with impervious materials. We have a number of 2-inch storms on an annual basis. So that alone is 7 acre-feet of water that would be dumped into retention ponds and slowly released. At least once a year, we have a 6-inch storm over a year, or over a 24-hour period, which is 21 acre-feet. So there's substantial requirement for retention. And I'll leave it to staff to make sure that that design is handled properly. Lot size and zoning variances are another significant concern. R75 zoning was requested and granted. Then approval was given for preliminary plat and major variances, essentially meeting R5 zoning for the vast majority of the lots. The developer is now asking for variance to even those reduced size lots setbacks. And we believe these variances should be denied and that R7, which is the standard for our community, R75, which is the standard for our community as livable traffic, storm runoff, property values, and sense of community, is something that we would like to see met with the entire development. So we believe that if he can't build the houses he wants to build on the reduced size lots, he needs to replat it for the size lots that he needs. Traffic has briefly been mentioned. It's 254 households. He's targeting starter homes. That means 2-income families. That means at least 2 houses, no basements. So the only storage is in garages. That means cars will be on the driveways, which are only long enough for 1 car. And if they have any third party, whether it's a high school driver, a student that's come out of school and is waiting for a new job, family member that's taking care of the kids, every one of the parking spots on the street will be occupied. We've briefly talking about it, 108th Street. Not only is it an undeveloped street, but it has a 1-lane bridge going to the west before you get to Skyview. And to the east is a 3-way intersection with Shoal Creek and Green Hills that is completely uncontrolled at this point. And the city has said that they're not interested in putting in any type of control until the street is redeveloped. In summary, while we appreciate that the developer has created a deeper buffer lots adjacent to us, we would like to see at minimum that no additional variances be granted, that a swale be created to protect the lots on the east side of Tiffany Lakes as agreed, and all other existing requirements like a AWPA 5600 be fully enforced. We believe that the correct answer is to replat the subdivision for R75 standards.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Yeah, come on up.
Excuse me. Hi, I'm Paul Opliger, 10819 North Hull Avenue. I'm the Opliger that Steve mentioned earlier. I just have a question. When I reviewed the layout, the retention pond that you're talking about, the southwest corner by my house, is that a final design? Because I didn't see any discharge from that retention pond.
You want me to approach it?
Sure.
Okay. What you're seeing is the preliminary plat. The design plans had been submitted previously. We have those now. I can share those with you if you want, but typically you don't show all the design and outlets on the preliminary plat. That's based on a future staff evaluation.
Does it have an outlet?
Yes. It does not have a point discharge. We are doing more of a spreader discharge through that, and then there is some infiltration, I believe, designed into that also. We discussed that a lot with Mr. Kiefer, with staff when we did this previously on how we wanted to approach that, and we followed along with that.
Would my further questions be with Mr. Kiefer then?
Yeah, probably so, because this body is more just looking at the land use itself. So any permitting or design requirements would go through other staff, and feel free to answer.
Yes, and when they come in for the final plat for each phase, that's when these things get further reviewed and finalized.
Will there be another meeting at that point?
The final plat is on the consent agenda at these meetings. So they are heard publicly, but public notice is not sent for consent agenda items.
And as we stated before, we'll be happy to share the construction plans with the neighbors.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Anybody else like to speak? Okay, is there anybody
There are
online?
no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then. You mind, so this obviously is an opportunity to speak regarding some of the things that were brought up during the public testimony. So if you'd like to
I
find any of that.
think we addressed most of them. I just wanted to explain again, when we came in with the original zoning, we were looking to try and get to R5, and it was based on the city's recommendation, which we went along with, that if we went to the 7.5 and then got the deviations, keeping this actually single-family lots, not having a multifamily deal, that if we went with an R5 and we didn't follow through with it and was zoned the R5, then there could be multifamily zoning there. And I think some of you were on the planning commission back when we did this 2 years ago, and we went through that process. So currently, this is zone the 7.5 with the deviations and approved as it was in 2022. We're just trying to get setbacks to allow for a little bit bigger building, and probably some of those will be a little higher price point. We're probably 400,000 and up, so this isn't like it's going to be any, inexpensive or what we would kind of say affordable or lower affordable. Let's put it that way. It's going to be 400K and up with this product.
Okay. Anything else? So I guess at this time, we'll close testimony then, speak amongst the commission.
Yeah, it
Any
seems,
thoughts?
it seems like a pretty packed in development. I love having different housing types. It is, I appreciate the explanation for why it's not R5, because I think that's completely reasonable. I'm supportive of it. If staff's supportive of it, I'd like to think that based upon these lot sizes, we aren't going to end up with that situation where the building feels oversized for the lots. I think that could happen in some of these areas. And then I do think that the comment about parking was reasonable if you end up with really short front yards and really short driveways. It's certainly a concern of mine, but I trust the staff's decision on it. So it's an interesting one, but I'll probably be supportive.
Yeah, they do have garages in the homes too. So 2-car?
Yes, sir. 2-car garage and 2 spaces in the driveway.
Okay. Any thoughts, Commissioner Beasley or Lynch?
I think you guys covered it.
Okay.
Just to confirm, they said these are on slabs, no basements?
Well, there will be slabs and there will be some basements. I don't know that mix yet. Most of the ones probably along the west side with the larger lots will probably for sure have basements, I would think, and those kind of tend towards more of a walkout lot. The other lots, it's a pretty flat area, so I would assume it'll either be in-ground basements or just slabs.
Okay, thank you.
Where do we have it stated on the swell being built? Is that going to be a condition as part of the project, or?
That's a condition that the neighborhood is asking to add and that the developer is in agreement with.
Okay,
So it
We-
is not on there currently.
we add that. Okay.
Where was that supposed to end up on that line?
It's for the lots on the west side of the property that are abutting, and it won't be right on the property line because we've been asked to save all the trees, which we went to also.
Yeah.
But it would be something, as we get into the final design, we'll incorporate something of that effect for any of the additional stormwater that we cause based on our development.
And you feel you have enough space for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Okay, I'll take a motion, please.
Okay. Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 3 with conditions, adding a condition that a swale be added on the west boundary in between Tiffany Lakes towards the southern portion of the site for, with the intent of ensuring wastewater is managed appropriately. Stormwater is managed appropriately. Thanks.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second, and one thing I want to say about the deviations, that's not something this body approves, so it'll go through the council. They're the ones that approve the deviation, so that would be a better place to bring up your concerns with that. So with that, Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Looks like a motion passes 7-0 for recommending approval.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody show up for docket item 1?
Yes, are you ready to go back to that?
I think so.
Okay. Docket item number 1 is case CD CPC 2024-106, the request to approve a de-annexation from the corporate limits of the city of Kansas City, Missouri to permit subsequent annexation by the city of Parkville.
Good morning, Chairman Crowell and fellow commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning. There we go.
Yeah, so the way we'll do this, we'll have the staff present their, the docketed item in the case and what's going on there. Then after we get through questions, then we'll welcome you as the applicant.
Okay, well, good morning again. Before you is docket item number 1. This is CD CPC 2024-166. This is an annexation application at 6301 Northwest 52nd Terrace. It's located in the 2nd Council District, adjacent to the city of Parkville. It's a total of 3 parcels that is spread over 80 acres. The parcel to the south, as you can see, there's a paper street that runs through it. That is what makes it irregular in shape. It was also platted years ago for acre homes. That never occurred. Again, I just wanted to zoom out a little bit more for familiarity. You can see Parkville is located to the west. This is directly southeast of Wrist Lake, and then also directly south of the Tremont development off of 64th Street to the north. The site does have topography challenges, and that goes into staff's analysis with this annexation. And here's a view looking east from Northwest 56th Street. Years ago, 56th Street was on the major street plan. It was removed when the development of Wrist Lake came through. That was concerns about east-west traffic impacting a residential neighborhood. So 56th Street was once supposed to be an east-west connection between KCMO and Parkville. I know you saw an annexation case a few months ago in Plattwoods. Again, I just wanted to review, and if you have questions, again, please let me know. You don't see these too often. This is the process in which land is transferred from one unit of government to another. It can be involuntary or voluntary. And examples that we discussed last time was in North Kansas City. There was a fountain transfer between 2 municipalities. Another good example is the Belton Golf Course, where there was a splash of KCMO property in the middle of an existing use. And also in that presentation, we stated to the commission there is no criteria in the zoning and development code. Staff reviews, or we did review the annexation memo the law department put out in 1988. Quick history on this site. This area was unincorporated Platte County, and in 1959, it was approved by the voters. It did not have an effective date until 1962 when this piece of property that has always been with Park University was moved into the city limits of Kansas City. In 2000, ordinance number 990770 is a very similar case to the case we have today. These 3 parcels of the 80 acres, there was a request to transfer this property to Parkville. City staff at that time had the same concerns that I have today, and that went through the City Plan Commission with a recommendation of denial and then was denied by the City Council. Current analysis, the zoning is R-80. The use is undeveloped. In an annexation application, we always require the municipality that wants to receive the property to act first. So the Board of Aldermen did adopt an ordinance that would approve the annexation of these 3 parcels in November. And because the parcels are in the city limits of Kansas City, I relied on the staff report from Parkville's planning staff that there is no specific proposed use or zoning for these parcels, but it is adjacent to open space, agriculture, and business. So that is a potential reuse of this property. Our analysis from city staff is there is no plan provided to staff. So it's extremely difficult to justify a detachment or annexation if we don't know what the plan is or what the use is. No use has been identified from the applicant, which is the Parkville EDC, working with the Park University. And then 6 concerns that were outlined in the staff report, but again today, an unknown land use. We don't know what the impact can be on KCMO assets and our residents. And when I speak of assets, it's our city streets. We don't know if our streets could handle a future development that another municipality may approve. Number 2, the staff report in 1999 was when mining was still occurring on this site, but it goes into great detail. This site is a little more lucrative if you know you do not have to pay the KCMO earnings tax. Number 3, the property can be sold by the university, the board, at any time. So that's a real concern that city staff has, the offloading of university property. Number 4 goes back to the impact on our residents and city assets. There is a 2013 campus plan from the Park University, which does discuss the impact of truck and commercial traffic that exits into downtown Parkville and a desire to reroute that traffic. This plan could allow for that. And there is a lot of underground commercial space that the university uses as revenue. So that's another concern that the underground space could be expanded, not in our lifetime, but in someone else's lifetime. And the commercial traffic is circumvented to Kansas City streets. Concern number 5, the future development, because of the existing topography, would require excavation, which if you're going to excavate, you would probably most likely mine the existing resources. And the impacts of mining and our residents' foundations, basements, homes is quite a concern. And then number 6, with the state laws regarding annexations, it does state that you're not supposed to have irregular boundaries or landlocked parcels, and this annexation would create that. Again, just imagery, concern number 5, future development. I'm not talking about next year, 5 years, 10 years. I'm talking about the long-term future. We already know this area is wanted for these types of activities. And if this is taken out of this, if this property is taken out of the boundaries of KCMO, we would have no way to protect our residents and their assets. Concern number 6, there are 3 parcels that would become landlocked in between Parkville, which the state law, you do not approve an annexation that would create this instance. Staff kept asking for a plan why we need to detach this. We received a letter that was attached to the staff report from Park University. One item is improving operational consistency. The existing zoning, if they wanted to expand it for educational uses, it's already permitted within the city of Kansas City. And if it's for only educational uses, there's no tax implications. Number 2, my other point is even if the property were to be within the city of Parkville, you're still going to have similar governmental approvals. Enhanced service delivery was another point that in regards to municipal services that benefit the university and broader community. An east-west connection, as I showed, 56th Street would be the most feasible option. It would still require vacating Kansas City's right-of-way if they wanted to develop that land, or coordination with the city of Kansas City. And then also, our existing streets cannot handle additional freight or service vehicles. Number 3, strategic growth alignment. It talks about this is to create a more cohesive planning and partnership between the university and Parkville. City staff's response from Kansas City is that we already have existing relationships with neighboring municipalities, including the city of Parkville. We recently did a project at Lee Summit Road and 40 Highway where there were 2 buildings constructed and the utilities crossed between Independence and Kansas City. We just worked with their planning staff and the project was completed. And another response to this was strategic growth. What is the growth? My question is the what if? And Park University, again, can sell this property at any time. With the limited information that was provided to staff on this application, staff's recommendation, not yours, excuse me for the edit here, is a recommendation of denial.
Okay. Any questions for city staff? Commissioner Beasley or Lynch? Okay. Let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Good morning. Scott, are you on?
You would need to clarify. We have no raised hands. Is there someone else on your team?
There is. Scott Ferguson is supposed to be on.
I'll
He's from
promote
Park
him to
University. I'm
panelist.
Ed Lineber with Parkville Chamber and EDC. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm here.
Scott, you here?
Yep.
Oh, that's good. I think just to start, my name's Ed Lineber. I'm with Parkville Area Chamber, EDC. Our address is 8880 Clark Avenue, Parkville, Missouri, 64152. Scott, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Scott Ferguson. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. I assumed this position in the beginning of December, so only been in here for about 2 months now.
You're the CFO for what?
Park University. Apologies.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Okay. Anything you guys like to present regarding this de-annexation proposal?
I appreciate what staff has shared with their questions, but a lot of ifs and a lot of future thought that hasn't happened in the last, from 1962. So we're talking almost a little over 100 years now. Is that right? Am I wrong? No, I'm wrong. How much is that? That's 80 years. Not much has happened in that area. The fact that we don't have a plan for that area, I think, also speaks to, at this point, all they're wanting to do is be a good steward. And I'm not sure that at the time of 1962 that Park University said it was okay to annex into Casey Mill. And staff has not been able to produce anything to show that. So I think it's a reasonable reason to ask to have all of your property in one municipality. They have 320 some acres in Parkville. By the way, Park University is why Parkville is named Parkville. So they've owned that property for longer than 1962. In fact, they owned it maybe before Kansas City was a city. So I think there's some
They don't own that. They don't own that property.
Who?
They do?
They own the subject.
They own it.
Oh, okay. I thought.
Yeah, they own it. So it's an owned property that was annexed that I don't we've not seen any proof of that being an approved thing to have happen. In fact, we asked staff about that at the meetings we've had prior. It's kind of an interesting story to say, well, we just took it. It's not that the shape is unique. They took it in 1962, probably to support the developer that had some plan for that property, but never finished it. And then I'm not sure when Risk Lake was started, but I will tell you, they didn't want the connection to KC Mo, so that's why that was stopped and didn't go further. And that was Risk Lake. Andrew didn't share this with you, but Risk Lake was also owned by Park University as a property and was sold off for residential. They have not sold this, and they have stopped mining. We've offered to staff to have a letter or even a deed restriction to say they wouldn't be mining anymore on that property if that was a major concern. I was told that that's just paper and it doesn't matter by staff. So I think there's some issues regarding the fact that it's property that's owned and they'd like to have it all in one municipality. I think it only makes sense. Scott, do you have anything you want to share?
No, I would just echo. I think when this obviously this process started before I arrived, but what I can gather is it's the administration's perspective that eventually we would like to have this, in the primary municipality. Like I said, I think there's 377 acres total, and the majority of it lies in the Parkville municipality. But it sounds like from the staff side, there's several concerns and some more work that probably needs to be done in this process. So,
Yeah, if there's a lot of work yet to be done, I kind of suggest this be continued off docket so you can do some of that work and come back with a plan as to what you're presenting or proposing at this site.
Yes, and I will say that I'm sorry. I agree with your recommendation. We wouldn't have brought it to you all this quickly if it hadn't been for a meeting or two that we've had with both city council and staff, in which they have said that it was an administrative thing and they could take care of that for us. So we didn't understand that we needed to have a plan, which Andrew has clearly pointed out that we need to have for that property. That could take some time. So that is probably a good suggestion to postpone it.
Okay. Any thoughts from the commission on that or staff? I mean,
I just have a quick question for
ahead.
staff. So they could still build pretty much whatever they wanted the way it's zoned for school and keep it in Kansas City, right?
Correct. And they're a nonprofit institution. So that's again why staff's concern with the earnings tax and future commercial development is our major concern of what's the benefit to Kansas City, Missouri if they're
I'm
not
seeing a
being
benefit.
taxed either way.
So I'm not seeing a benefit to the applicant other than.
Well, this was what I wanted to ask because I wanted the applicant to elaborate a little bit on some of the difficulties in operations with having two different municipalities.
Scott or Ed.
Scott, do you want to take that or you want me to?
Ed, you can take that. Yep.
Okay. We see the benefits of this being that if they do want to do something, they don't have to go through two municipalities to get two approvals to do something in that development. So it does create an additional round of presentations, questions, concerns. And as Andrew has said, I believe both departments are professional. I don't think Parkville has any less stringent development requirements other than maybe your environmental or building code that you currently have, which is a challenge if they were to decide to do any building. It creates another challenge as to whether or not there would ever be any development there. As Andrew has stated, the topography there is very difficult. That's why that development never went further. That was currently planned or shown on that map. I also think the economy probably turned it as well. I'm not sure when that development was finished. But that property is Parkville property. It's Park University property, excuse me. I keep making that mistake. And I guess I go back to why is it in KCMO to begin with? And I think it's just trying to clean some stuff up, and it is on a border. It is less than some areas that you have annexed before. And it is surrounded by mostly Parkville property. So I would think that's a good thing to try to kind of clean stuff up.
So just so I make sure I understand the main reason that you're wanting to bring this in is if there's ever any future expansions by the university.
Correct.
So what advantage would we have to doing this now versus when there's a plan put together to expand the university?
It's a good question. I would actually tell you that probably it has more to do with the value of that property to future plans, in that it is sitting, as Andrew has stated, as a basically a cul-de-sac or a pod of property that currently is in Kansas City, Missouri, that it probably should be in Parkville, in that it was owned by Park University as part of Parkville at one point. 1962, someone decided to draw the line straight down and pick that up. I have yet to understand why it was in Kansas City, Missouri to begin with.
Okay. Other
So-
questions from the commission on this?
We will answer that in the planning. I will say that we will put together a plan that answers that question.
Staff's professional recommendation is to just recommend denial. We have no plan. If there ever was a plan, we can work with Parkville to see if there's some policy within Kansas City, Missouri that would prohibit their proposed use. But with no plan,
Yeah, I think that's what we're saying is continue it off docket so they can prepare one or kind of put some thought into that. I know it's going to take a while to get to that, but I mean, is that a reapplication or is that just?
I mean, I'm personally leaning towards denial. They can, when they get a plan together, they can reapply, and it's going to take quite a bit of time
Time frame for that?
for reapplication.
You would need to ask the applicant.
No, I mean,
No, what's-
time frame. If there's
like,
a
what's the-
denial, when can they reapply?
Well, this is, as Andy mentioned, this is not a process that is included in Chapter 88. When we evaluate annexations, we're using processes set out in state law. So our zoning and development code does not prohibit them from reapplying within 1 year, as we do for some applications like a rezoning.
Okay. So at this point with the commission, I mean, just kind of getting a feel, do we continue on with the listening to the case, public testimony and that? We have to do that anyways. But if there's a hold off docket or a denial to have them reapply, I don't know.
Yeah,
Just trying
I was pretty satisfied with your solution. Andy, why would you prefer denial as opposed to continued off docket?
this is I mean, it's up to the applicant if they would want to be okay with that. It's again, an annexation with a plan. We don't have it in Chapter 88. So we're really we're still going to have to start all over again with the entire process. I think the continue off docket is still, or the staff's recommendation for denial is that there is no plan. I don't want to, I don't know what the benefit is to the city of Kansas City of de-annexing this land. So that is what staff was trying to present, is that there is no benefit to the city of Kansas City and our residents.
Okay.
Could I make a statement,
Yeah.
since staff had a chance? I would like to say if there is development, then I'm assuming Kansas City, Missouri will be more than happy to provide incentives for the development once that plan is put in place. They're happy to put money into this development. I'd love to know that, just because that part is maybe a benefit to letting this property go.
You'd have to talk to the council members on that piece. That's, this body has no idea, and I don't think anybody could answer that at this point anyways, because there's
I
nothing
think
to evaluate.
the argument opens that door. So I'm just gonna
Yeah.
say,
Yeah, so if it was my decision, I'd say no,
yeah,
because there's
I would
nothing
say
to
so
provide
too.
an incentive on, because there's nothing to see. So,
Okay,
So
yeah,
Kobe, I
Jack-
have a question.
yeah, go ahead.
So if it's held off docket, does it remain a case that Andy handles? And if they come back and reapply, does it come back to the same staff planner? How would that work?
If it's held off docket, first I want to note, just for your reference, if it's held off docket for an indefinite period of time, when it does come back, it would have to there would need to be new public notice. So mailed notices, published notice, just for clarification. And Commissioner Beasley, I couldn't answer that question really. It would depend on when it came back, Andy's workload, other cases, in deciding who to assign it to. We do typically, with planning cases, try to, if there's continued applications, keep it with one planner just for institutional knowledge. But I wouldn't necessarily promise that because it would depend on workload at the time.
This is kind of why my stance is denial, so that rather than saying that we're going to continue it indefinitely, if it is 3, 4, 5 years from now and you're sitting somewhere else or whatever, there's a record of us saying that this wasn't ready.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see why we keep it open if, I mean, it's gonna take time to put a plan together. So I don't know why we keep it open and put resources on this if there's no plan right now.
Okay. Well, let's continue on. So anything else you'd like to add right now, Ed or Scott, before we go into public comment?
No, thank you.
Okay. So at this time, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll close public testimony then. So if there's nothing else to add at this time from the applicant standpoint, we'll go ahead and discontinue testimony and speak amongst the commission, and then go from there. So it sounds like there's obviously 2 options on the table. One, just continue off docket and look for something, or go ahead and deny. It still goes to the council for their decision. As a final, we're just a recommending body. So I think I've heard most people's thoughts.
Continuing off docket would just stop it.
Continuing off docket would stop it to allow the applicant to go back and do some homework, come back and present it, and then,
Both have pluses and minuses.
yeah, otherwise, whatever the recommendation is, it goes from here up to council.
I'd be more leaning towards recommending continuance if it were a developer whose, profit margins depended on this being started at a certain date. But because there is no plan that's been put forward, I don't see how this would financially impact the applicant.
I wouldn't personally be continuing off docket because I expected it to come back anytime soon. I view it as a more elegant way of stopping the project now, and they can continue to work on it if they want to. If they don't, that's fine, but then it just doesn't pass it along with a denial recommendation. Both are fine. I'll be in favor of whichever motion is made.
I guess my only stance there is just to put something, continue off record doesn't really define it for future commission members or future staff or anything. And I think just a denial, I mean, that's the way I see
It's
it.
an interesting point, yeah.
Okay. Any comments, Commissioner Beasley or Lynch?
Well, just to play devil's advocate, it almost sounds like if there was a development plan, I mean, Casey Mo would benefit from tax revenue from a new development, which would make us more inclined to even not want to annex it, which, I mean,
That's
kind of
yeah,
makes me
that's
lean toward denial.
yeah, that's my other part of it.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley? You might be on mute if you're speaking.
No, I was sitting here. I'm not on mute.
Okay.
I was thinking they don't know what they want to do yet either, so I don't see where it's advantageous to either side.
Okay. I think everybody's kind of spoken, so I need a motion, please.
Motion for denial of docket item number 1.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion for denial of docket item number 1. Motion and a second for that. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Prowl,
Nay.
Enders.
Aye.
Kasich,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Heather.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like that motion passes 6-1 for denial of docket item number 1. Thank you for bringing it in, and hopefully we'll see a plan put together down the road.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, let's move on to docket item number 4, please.
Item number 4.1 is CD CPC 2024-194, a request to approve a rezoning from District R7.5 to R6 on about 77 acres generally located at the southwest corner of North Platte Purchase Drive and Northwest 108th Street. 4.2 is case CD CPC 2024-195, a request to approve a development plan also serving as preliminary plat to allow for the construction of 295 residential lots in District R7.5 on about 77 acres generally located at the southwest corner of North Platte Purchase Drive and Northwest 108th Street.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. In front of you is docket item numbers 4.1 and 4.2. 4.1 is for a rezoning without plan, and 4.2 is for a residential development plan, sorry. The subject site is located within the 1st District, just west of US 169 Highway and Shoal Creek Parkway. Closer look at the site, it is on the southwest corner of North Platte Purchase Drive and Northwest 108th Street. To the east is Cadence Villas, and to the south is Platte Purchase Park. For the rezoning, the future land use is residential low density, and the KCI area plan matches that recommendation. This is a view looking south on Northwest 108th Street, and a view looking west on North Platte Purchase Drive. Here's a look at the site plan. The site is roughly 77 acres, and this plan proposes to divide that 77 acres into 295 residential lots for detached homes. The plan also proposes to extend and create multiple public streets. And with that, the rezoning from R7.5 to R6, they will have to have a minimum of 6,000 square feet and those residential lot and building standards that go along with that. The Boulevard and Parkway standards will apply to the north side of the lot. Northwest 108th Street is an established parkway. There's no timeline for when Northwest Shoal Creek Parkway will be extended to this location, but that is the long-term goal. So with that, they'll have any lots that are the rear side is abutting the parkway, a 30-foot rear yard setback will be applied, and a 60-foot no-build landscape buffer has been provided as well. Staff did request an additional connection onto Northwest 108th Street. So on the second submittal, highlighted in red, they did provide that second connection. Here's a look at the street tree planting plan and the sidewalk connections. And then additional landscaping will be provided at the time of final platting when they have to submit project plans for the private open space tracks. And so with that, staff recommends approval of the rezoning and approval with conditions of the residential development plan, and I can answer any questions.
Any questions from the commission for city staff? And seeing none, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lindsay Vogt, and I'm the engineer on this project.
And I'm Sarah Cunningham. I'm with May and Company, the current project.
The staff board.
Not a ton to add. Just wanted to share a little bit more about the proposed, that it's, as Justin said, it's in 3 phases, and the homes on the lots would be roughly 1,500 to 1,800 square feet. They would be a starting price point at about $450,000. The lots are 52 feet wide, and the ones that are on the cul-de-sac or on a corner, those could have a 3-car garage, but most of them with 52-foot width would be a 2-car garage. So probably about 15% of the lots could be a 3-car garage. Basements would be also part of our plan. And this lot size is very similar to the Cadence Villas just to the east. And ours would be not a maintenance provided community.
The neighbors were supportive. At the public engagement meeting, it was more just curiosity, but they seem to be in support of the project, as well as it does align with the area plan and the Casey Spirit Playbook.
Okay. Out of the south side of the subdivision, I'm looking on sheet C4. There's a pink line. I take it that's a bike pedestrian path that's going to tie into the neighborhood to the south.
That would be to the Plot Purchase Park to the south.
How are you getting over the little water piece there?
There's a
Like a little bridge or a low water crossing or something?
Oh, on the park side.
On the park side.
Yeah, have you got to that part yet?
Haven't got to that part yet, have we, Lindsay? No.
Yeah, just curious. All right, any other questions from the commission to applicant? Commissioner Beasley or Lynch?
No, I think I have a question for you, Cubby.
Okay.
In proximity, where does this lie to the case number 3?
This is east of there. So this is parallel to Plat Purchase Drive, and the previous one was parallel to Green Hills Road. So they're how far?
So one's on the east side up north, and the other one's on the west side. This one we're doing now is more on the west side.
This one is on the east side.
This one's on the east side.
Yeah, so just west of 169 Highway, but it's all north of Berry Road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So at this time, let's open it up for public testimony then. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items 4.1 or 4.2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add? You look like you're nervous for you people might call.
Like, oh, they're going to be like, these two again. Here we are again. Here we are again. No public testimony at this time.
Okay. All right. So at this time, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket items 4.1 without conditions and 4.2 with conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 4.1 and 4.2 as stated. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Parkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Helia.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good luck. All right, docket item number 5, please.
Docket item number 5 is case CD CPC 2024-105, a request to approve a rezoning from District R 2.5 to District M1-5 on about 0.8 acres generally located at the northwest corner of East US 40 Highway and Lewis Avenue.
One second here. All right, good morning again. This is docket item number 5 for May Technologies rezoning. The subject site is located within the 3rd district, just east of I-435, right along Highway 40. Closer look at the site, you can see Highway 40. The site used to be one lot right here, all zoned M. It was recently subdivided, so it is on Lewis Avenue now. Closer look, just to look at the split zoning. To the north, you can see the R 2.5 and that M1-5 to the south. So the lot is pretty well split divided. The future land use of the site is light industrial, which the Blue Ridge Area Plan recommends M1 for that zoning district. So no area plan is required. The site is roughly 1 acre, and they are proposing to rezone the whole site to M1-5. This will allow for the expansion of May Technologies, which I know that image is pretty hard to see, but it does include an additional warehouse on the north side of the lot. And that does match the Blue Ridge Area Plan recommendation. Here's a view of the existing building looking northwest on East US Highway 40 and Lewis Avenue. And then I do apologize, this was about the best picture I could get with all the trees there, but that is that newly created lot looking west on Lewis Avenue. The review criteria highlighted is just confirming that it is consistent with the area plan. And so with that, staff would recommend approval without conditions. I can answer any questions.
The property owner to the north is separate property owner, and what is there currently?
Are you talking about this property right here? Can you see my mouse?
Can't see
The
cursor.
lot to the north of the highlighted one,
Uh-huh.
that's a separate property owner. It's currently a single family house right now.
And are they supportive?
Junkyard.
I don't know. I mean, notices were sent out. I don't know if George was in contact with them at all. I didn't receive any phone calls.
Because we'd seen a case recently where we intentionally had the split zoning to allow for that buffer, so I just wasn't sure if this was one of those scenarios where we were intentionally trying to leave a buffer for any reason, and if there had been coordination with the property owner that they were supportive of it.
So
The topography there, you can't see it from the picture, but about 25 feet off the back line, the lot drops off about 8 to 10 feet down. So we're going to actually have to create a wall, retaining wall back there. And so you won't even, plus there's fir trees all along that north lot there. You can't even see into the other lot.
Okay. Anything else? Any other comments for the city staff?
I was just going to add that in my staff report, I did note that it will take, staff will have to work with the applicant on creating a landscape buffer. If it is an additional screening, the wall, but something that creates that buffer from industrial to residential.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley or Lynch, any questions for the staff?
Do we know what kind of business is going in this light manufacturing?
It's going to be a warehouse housing rather exotic metals for May Technologies' current plant, which is on 40 Highway up about the Blue Ridge or Blue River. And this would store their materials up there. So they'd have access to the plant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Bukaty?
Hello?
Yep, you still there? We can hear you.
Hello? Who's calling?
Or Stan, you might.
Commissioner Beasley?
He's on mute now.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
The plan here, the whole plan is that the owners have owned this property for quite a few years, back to 98, I believe. And it's been one parcel, so we're going to use the back half. We split off the back half into separate parcels. And this is going to be a 12,000-foot warehouse back there. And then the front building, after this project's done, the front building will be redeveloped into probably a semi-truck servicing center, something actually up on 40 Highway. But right now, the back lot is split in half, and so we can't use it, for much of anything.
Okay, so they're going to maintain the building that's there now and then repurpose it.
Yeah.
Once the new one.
The current building will be totally redone, maybe almost double in size in the front.
Okay, gotcha. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Beasley or Lynch, any questions for the applicant?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, can you, Mr. Bukaty, just talk a little bit about May Technologies, what they do, and they're like a hidden gem in the city.
Yes, I've been involved with them as a consultant for, almost 15 years. It started, their plant up on 40 Highway, right by the Blue River up there, was about 50,000 square foot and dated back, 40, 50 years. They are a tool and die, more specific for aeronautical, aerospace industry. They employ about 130 people up there now. I was involved when we added 50,000 square feet up there, and you could see it from I-70 highway now. It's quite a beautiful building up there, and they're cranking out a lot of product up there. Currently, they've got two different parcels along 40 Highway, and this is one that we want to develop into a storage facility where semi trucks would pull in off of 40 Highway back into the building to load and unload titanium and crazy materials that they use. They supply products for the B-2 bomber and the F-35 jets and Lockheed and Boeing and Spirit. So they're doing really important work up there. And they've been at this location for, about 70 years up on 40 Highway and continuously operated during that time. So.
Yeah, thank you. All right, at this time, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 5, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We have no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add this time?
No, sir.
Okay. With that, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Well, it would have been nice to have I've heard from that neighbor, I will move to support staff's recommendation of approval without conditions for docket item number 5.
Second.
So a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 5. Margaret, can take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
You might be on mute.
I think,
Aye.
Rao,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion is for approval of docket item number 5. Thank you for bringing it in and good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's move on to docket item number 6.1 and 2
And 3.
and 3.
Number 6, case CD CPC 2024-199, a request to approve an area plan amendment of the Line Creek Valley area plan from a future land use recommendation of mixed-use community to commercial on about 2.84 acres generally located 600 feet north of the intersection of Northwest 64th Street and North Chatham Avenue. Case CD CPC 2024-197, a request to approve a rezoning from District B3-2 to District B4-3 on about 2.84 acres, generally located 600 feet north of the intersection of Northwest 64th Street and North Chatham Avenue, and CD CPC 2024-196, a request to approve a development plan to allow a self-storage warehouse in proposed District B4-3 on about 2.84 acres, generally located 600 feet north of the intersection of Northwest 64th Street and North Chatham Avenue.
Good morning, Commissioners. Docket items 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 before you are for the Chatham Avenue self-storage building, including an area plan amendment, rezoning, and development plan. The subject site is generally located west of I-29 and north of 64th Street. This is the subject site outlined in yellow. It contains 4 existing parcels that will be replatted as part of this project. The map shows a stream along the western side, but is not really on the site anymore. So didn't impact this project at all. Currently, this property and surrounding properties are zoned B3-2, commercial zoning, and the Line Creek Valley area plan recommends a future land use of mixed-use community, as you can see by this red and white slashing here. And the Long Range Planning Division requested an area plan amendment from this mixed-use mixed-use community to a commercial designation to accompany the request to rezone from a B3 to a B4. So you can see in the area plan language, the mixed-use community aligns with the B3 zoning, and the commercial designation aligns with the B4, which is what the request is for. So getting into the development plan, there is a 114,000 square foot self-storage building proposed on the site. And it will be, there is some grade change from east to west on the site. So it will be 3 stories looking from Chatham, and then I believe 4 stories when you're at the low point of the site off of this private access road to the north. The developer is proposing 9 parking spaces, in which they are seeking a variance for. 15 parking spaces are required, as you can see in the table, and 9 are proposed. So that is 1 variance that they are seeking with a separate application to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. They are also seeking a variance to the allowed floor area limits for industrial uses. Self-storage in the zoning code falls under an industrial use, and the floor area limit maximum in a B zoning district is 25,000 square feet, which this greatly exceeds. So they'll be seeking those 2 variances
separately to the BZA. And then we have some renderings of the building per staff's request. Some additional transparency was added. There are self-storage building standards that require 2 or more changes in building projection, materials, that type of thing. And so the design you see complies with those standards. This is what the southeastern corner will look like from Chatham. And then this is the low point of the site where the actual entrance will be adjacent to the parking area. And then we just have a couple of street views of the site. So again, you can see the slope downward, looking towards the site. Again, then we're looking north here. Site is in front of us. And staff is recommending approval of the area plan amendment, rezoning, and approval with conditions for the development plan. There was also in the staff report a list of corrections that the applicant was still working on. They have since submitted revised plans and do meet those corrections. So we will move on with the ordinance request for council after your recommendation. And I can take any questions.
Okay. Any questions for city staff? Commissioner Beasley or Lynch?
None at this time.
Okay. All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Crowell. My name is Jacob Hodson with Olson at 1301 Burlington Street in North Kansas City. We've been working diligently with staff to make this plan come together. We know it's not a use that is permitted by right now, and so we do think that self-storage will be a good use in this area with all the other commercial around it. We agree with all the conditions and comments the staff have made on the plan, and we've addressed them. And we look forward for a yes vote from you. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. All right, any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Beasley or Lynch?
I'm not sure if it's applicant again. I don't have my bearings. Where is this project in relationship to the last 2 subdivision developments?
It's way south
Way
and
south?
west. Yeah, this is I-29 and 64th Street, which is south of Berry Road.
Okay.
It's just west of I-29.
West of 29.
Yeah, and the aerial
29
map,
goes to the airport, right?
correct.
Okay.
We need to get you up and travel the Northland a little bit more.
Well, I think I'm picking up some of it, but okay. I was trying to see in relationship their users, how far their users would be coming to use this storage facility. That's where my mindset was going when I was asking about those 2 new developments.
Yeah, let's see if the applicant can answer that for us.
Hey, yeah, my name is Daniel Gregory. I'm with the development team on this project. We sort of specialize in self-storage, and so typically with self-storage facilities, most of the customers come within a 3 to 5 mile radius from any particular site. To answer your question, it's typically a 3 to 5 mile radius. Sometimes in unique conditions, there are users from significantly greater distances than that, but for the most part, 3 to 5 miles.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner Beasley?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Anything else, right, the commission? All right, so let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items 6.1, 6.2, or 6.3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll close public testimony then. Anything y'all would like to add at this time?
No, sir.
Okay.
I do just want to say that, you know, we've looked at the site a few different ways, and we really feel that self-storage is probably one of the best uses for this particular site due to the topography challenges. And it doesn't significantly impact any immediate neighborhood or residential areas. So it's in commercial district, and self-storage primarily is utilized in today's day and age as more of a retail application as opposed to an industrial use. And so I think that's one of the primary reasons for the rezoning request. So anyway, that's all I have.
What's your timeline from start to finish?
So we hope to have city building permits. We'll probably expect to break ground later this fall. I would expect maybe July or August of this year to hopefully break ground.
Question for the city. What other, by allowing this to happen, what other uses would be allowed in that space?
It would still be primarily commercial, heavy commercial uses is the B4 category. It wouldn't allow any, really, I think self-storage is the first industrial as it's written in the code. But that's something that we've been talking about internally is this use really industrial as it's found in many commercial districts anyway, or commercial areas anyway.
Are there other implications? I know a lot of self-storage facilities use large billboards to attract off-highway. Is there going to be like a large billboard post that's standing in the corner telling people to come off of 29?
No, we would adhere to signage standards. So
it doesn't forego any signage standards?
Correct. It will, any future signage will need to comply with the city code as well.
Okay. Those are my only questions.
Okay. All right, if there's nothing else to discuss, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission. Or I'll take a motion.
Chair Crowley, I move to approve docket item docket item 6.1 without conditions, 6.2 without conditions, and 6.3 with conditions.
Second.
I've got approval and a second for docket items for approval of docket items 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
All right, let's go to,
Quick second to refill.
I guess we need maybe a little break here, 10-minute break. Okay, let's do it. Seriously, a 10-minute break and be back here by 20 after.
Get through it all by the time you leave.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for the quick break. And I think we're on to docket item number 7, please.
Case CD SUP 2024-53, a request to approve a special use permit for a cemetery in District on about 10 acres generally located at 6200 East 58th Street. Is the applicant online? Oh, we do have some hands raised online.
As you get started, this letter was placed on our tables here. Can you kind of talk about that for a second?
Yes, the paper that was put in front of you was testimony that was received this morning, so too late to be attached to the staff report from a nearby property owner.
Okay.
I've promoted Christine Dreschler. Okay.
Yes, but the docket item 7 is for a special use permit for a cemetery to be located at 6200 East 58th Street. The site is located in just west of I-435 and north of Swope Park. This is the subject site highlighted in yellow on 58th Street. It is mostly vegetated and does have a stream corridor that crosses the northern portion of the site. There wasn't too much to review on this one, so this is the site plan provided. There will be a vehicular drive space for people to enter and exit and park, and then a pedestrian path that connects the vehicular area to the designated burial area in the dashed yellow. And the burial area is expected to hold about 400 plots and be about 42,000 square feet large. The applicant is also requesting a variance attached to this special use permit. To allow gravel on the vehicular drive, so they plan to pave the first 25 feet, but the property is zoned R7.5, which does not permit gravel, so they will be seeking the variance for the rest of the vehicular use area to be graveled. Other than that, I just have some street views of the site. The road doesn't have any curb gutter or storm facilities. And as you can see, it's very vegetated. The site is on the right side of the screen here. And with that, staff is recommending approval subject to conditions, and I can take any questions.
So this is a brand new cemetery, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's just more as a resting place? Is it, what actual ceremonies happen there?
That is probably a better question for the applicant. The plans don't show currently any buildings to be placed on the site at this time, but they wanted to give themselves flexibility in the future. So there may be a mausoleum, there may be a small chapel, but nothing really to the size of full funeral services is the impression that I'm under.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should have read this more closely, but does the special use permit define the burial area as shown in your staff report? And so it's therefore expansion beyond that would require a review of the special use permit?
Most likely, since it would be a change to what was approved, but I know part of our discussion of how the site will be used was related to the tree canopy that's there. So the burial area shown on the plan, they're planning to work around the existing tree canopy. So yes, if they were to expand and it gets kind of denser as you go back. The tree canopy gets denser. That we would also need to probably talk about, do you need to remove trees to expand your burial area?
Because the current area, to me, is very small relative to the site. And so it's, I think my perspective might change just if it was like a different size relative to the rest of the site. And so, again, I think I'm hearing you say that if, for example, I don't know if setback's the right term for this, but if it expanded to the right or left closer to other property lines, expanded north, south, it would be reviewed at least by staff, and then would it come to the commission or not?
It would, since this is different from like a building expansion where we have very clear criteria for what constitutes needing to come back to the commission or city council for approval, it would probably be an administrative determination of, do we think the change is substantial enough to need to amend the special use permit? So I'm sorry, I'm probably not answering your question very directly. I think the answer is it depends on how much.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions for city staff? Commissioner Beasley or Lynch?
No, I think I saw on the diagram it's going to be 400 burial plots.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, did they get a copy of the thing emailed to them?
No, it's attached to the case now, but
Gotcha, okay. If you get a second to send it, or if you can, you may not have the PDF version. That'd be good to have for Lynch and Beasley. All right, let's welcome the applicant then.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Christine Dreschler. I'm project manager for St. Mary of Egypt Orthodox Church located at 3745 Chestnut Avenue in Kansas City, Missouri. I want to thank Ms. Khan and staff for all their help getting us through this process. All I'll add to her presentation is, as stated, we are requesting approval of a special use permit so that our parish can have a cemetery for burials. Our vision is to create a quiet, contemplative, and prayerful space that will also preserve green space in the neighborhood. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Beasley or Lynch?
Well, actually, I do have a question for the applicant. Just with this letter, what was the neighborhood engagement or public engagement process?
A letter was mailed and we had no attendees to our engagement. We did have one, I did receive one call. He wasn't able to make the meeting, but Mr. Dennis Richard from 6020 East 58th Street, and he, after we discussed his questions, he was in support of the project.
Thank you.
Okay.
I do have a question regarding maintenance of the cemetery. Are you going to have any type of facility on site for equipment to do maintenance?
Thank you, Commissioner Beasley. Our plan is to outsource the maintenance so that we don't have to invest in large equipment and storage facility.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more questions, then let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 7, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We do have one person online, Amy Tompkins.
Okay.
Hello. Do you need me to turn my video? Oh, there it is.
Yep, I'd love for you to. Thank you.
There we go. Hi. My name is Amy Tompkins and I am a neighbor. I'm 2 properties down from this. And I just wanted to voice my concern for this, as I did not get the notice of the public hearing until the 27th of January in that public meeting was on the 21st, so I was unaware of that public meeting, or else I would have attended for sure. I've also contacted our homeowners association president, who says that the homeowners association has not gotten any information about this at all. And in the paperwork online, I noticed that it says that there is not a homeowners association. However, there is one. So I was asked by the president, who could not be here today, to ask if there was a way we could get this continued so that we could have a neighborhood meeting and have a discussion with all of the neighbors. I've talked to my two closest neighbors, which would be the two properties west of this case property in question, and neither one of them had any idea that this was happening either. And so as a neighborhood, we have had we did not have good communication as to this being asked of to be put into our neighborhood. Not necessarily saying that all of us are against it at all. It's just we didn't have enough time to look into it and get a lot of information about it to not voice our concerns.
Okay. Which neighborhood association do you belong?
Brown's Estates. And I know the president called and talked to Genevieve yesterday, I guess, and they confirmed or whatever that it is a neighborhood. I don't know the conversation they had exactly. I just know that says that we are registered with the city and everything, and that it should have been noticed, that the association should have been notified.
Okay.
Can I respond to that question?
Yeah, you'll have a chance after we
Okay.
go through public testimony.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
But I just to top the list, just a couple of the concerns are just different things that the cemetery can do to property value, as well as just the details. It actually, one of those questions got answered already about the equipment and the heavy machinery type stuff. But just as a whole, just since there was not enough communication, we would just like some more time to even have conversation amongst our neighbors, as well as maybe even include people from the church so we could answer questions, since we didn't get a chance to do that at the public meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anybody else, Sarah?
Yes, Ian Flowers.
Okay.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Forgive me for my technical difficulties. I just arrived. I own the property, one property directly to the west, so that's 6304 East 58th Street. And for full disclosure, I am a member of the church, so I am obviously in support of the project. I was not personally, I've owned this property for 4 years, and I didn't know that there was a homeowners association. So that is news to me. So I'd love to get info about that and be involved. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anybody else?
Those are all of the hands raised online.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. So yeah, now you may respond to the comments that were brought up during the public testimony, if you'd like.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tompkins, for reaching out. I would have been happy to talk to you if you'd called me as well. And we hope to continue the conversation. In the parcel viewer, I followed all the directions on the notices, and it shows no homeowners association. So I don't know how that occurred. So I'm not sure if that's an issue with the parcel viewer. I followed all the directions that I was given. So as far as Mr. Commissioner or Mr. Chair, you did ask about services performed at the site. All of the funerals are performed at the church. So the only people attending the burials are the very close family members. So there will not be any large events being held there. I don't know if that's one of Ms. Tompkins' concerns.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Arkin, you had a question?
It was for staff. Just wanted to verify what we're seeing both in this letter and what was stated in public testimony. Is it a registered neighborhood association?
That seems like it should be a very easy question. The longer answer is that we know that there are some technical difficulties with the registration process, which is handled by the neighborhoods department, that they are working on. And so it is entirely possible that someone would go online to look for that information in good faith, and for it to appear that there's not a registered association, or that there's a registered association with no contact information. We're working with neighborhoods on trying to address that. But, Ms. Dreschler is correct that, there are some known problems with it right now.
So does it show a neighborhood on the parcel viewer?
So if you look at that parcel, I just looked at it myself. It shows, if you click on the button for Neighborhood and Homes Association, it says that there's no associations found for this parcel. It lists Brown Estates as the census neighborhood. So I understand her confusion about that. And
So I guess on the other end of it, though, does the people that are requesting continuance so that they can have this, were they entitled to notice that they didn't get?
I mean, they would have sent notice to all property owners within 300 feet.
Aren't we also required, though, if it's in like a neighborhood, to send it to the neighborhood board or president?
Yes, but if it appears that there is no registered association, then there's no one for them to send it to.
So we have no record of whether it is an association or not?
According to Parcel Viewer, there's no association associated with that address.
Like way less official than you'd think.
Well, no, I know, but we have UMKC takes care of like the management of like the associations, don't they? Don't they have their own official? They don't?
Our understanding is the neighborhoods department has their own registration process, their own websites, their own side to that, where the property or the board or whomever can list the boundaries, the contact information. That site anyone can edit, so they are working through that process on their side, and we use the parcel viewer. And so when those two things aren't linked together, which is what we're working on trying to link together, that's why we're having this disconnect here.
And that's the technical problem, is that they're not well connected.
If I might interject, it's also upon the neighborhood association to stay currently registered. That's not something the city comes out and enforces, are you registered or not? It falls back upon that organization.
I agree, but how, I guess my question is, how do we know if they're registered or not registered if they're?
That's the problem. We really don't.
I would say they're not. I would say they feel they're active, but it sounds like the leadership did not realize they have to do that annually to keep them updated in the system. That's my personal opinion on the things we've run into with registrations for neighborhoods.
Okay, any other thoughts?
I have a question for the applicant. So we have seen situations like this where everyone's operating in good faith, and still people wish for better communication or more time. Are you open to a 2-week continuance to allow time for you to discuss with interested parties?
Continuance have to be longer.
Sorry.
The continuance have to be longer than 2 weeks for the advertising or not?
Right. Well, if it's not official, I just mean, for the people who are speaking today.
I will add that the case is docketed for the BZA hearing next week. So if there is a continuance that you all recommend, then they'll also be continued to a later BZA hearing as well.
And the BZA meets once a month now?
Twice a month.
Oh, they've moved up. Okay, good. So when's their next meeting then?
They meet
Be 2
second and
weeks.
fourth Wednesday.
Okay.
February 26th.
Okay.
To answer your question, sir, obviously we're anxious to get our project moving forward. I also want to be open to speaking to Brown Estates and Ms. Tompkins and discuss any of their concerns. I don't know if it's possible to just do that offline between now and the BZA next week, because we did follow all the procedures. I just double checked on Parcel Viewer. It shows no homeowners associations. So we did our good due diligence on our end, and we'll certainly want to be good neighbors, but we respectfully would request to be able to proceed forward as planned.
Yep, that's fine. Just curious. Some applicants are not working on a tight timeline and are happy to take the extra time. Thank you.
Okay. All right, if there's nothing to discuss, so we'll close testimony then and speak amongst the commission. There's nothing to discuss there. I'll take a motion. I to me, they went through the process that they went through. They went through the, neighborhood and homes association and notified those that are around them. They did their due diligence as part of the project. I kind of in favor of it. I don't see them being a bad neighbor by any means. I think they would be a great neighbor, really. So, in my opinion, I'm in support of the project.
Yep, I agree. I'll encourage the applicant to work out, to talk to those who, wanted to have a conversation today or learn more about the project. But I agree, since it's a special use permit for something that, we're not changing zoning or something of that nature, I'm comfortable with it. Okay. Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 7 with conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 7. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
I'm going to say aye to this, but I would like the city to kind of flesh out that because I can see that being a much bigger problem down the line. Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
All right.
Looks like the motion passes 7-0. Thank you for bringing it in and good luck.
I got one quick question for the neighborhood. Are you registered with the state?
I'm sorry, I'd already moved her to attendee.
Oh, okay.
All
That's
right.
fine.
Let's move on to docket item number 8, please.
Docket item number 8 is case CD CPC 2024-192. A request to approve a non-residential development plan also acting as a preliminary plat in District B3-2 on about 13.18 acres generally located at 8601 North Madison Avenue.
Sarah, could you admit my team before she starts?
I
So
see Matt
Tim-
Schlicht.
Yes,
Is there
Tim
someone
Hughes.
else?
And Kathy Warman should be probably via a cell phone.
Tim Hughes. I don't see Kathy by name.
That
I have
should
more
be
than
on
one
a
phone
cell
number.
phone, so
I have m-
it's fine. Just if she raises her hand.
Okay, for anyone calling in to raise your hand, you press star and the number 9.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, Larissa Chambi again. This is for a non-residential development plan. And the development plan is located at 8601 North Madison Avenue. It's located north of the river. It's
Learn to mute herself. Kathy, mute yourself.
It is south of 152 and west of 169. This is the subject property highlighted in yellow. You can see the Kohl's, Ollie's, Target to the west, and then T-Shots to the east. I wasn't able to include the Costco to the north, but it is just right outside the realm of this screenshot. This is the site plan that was provided. I had to turn it sideways, so north is to the left. The development plan does include 7 lots. It does have all of the associated parking with it, and their proposed uses are listed as retail. There's a couple drive-throughs, medical office, and office space. So the first item I want to bring to your attention is the applicant did work with the the Public Works Department to ensure that this easement was separated out from their development for the 169 bike and pedestrian trail that will be coming in at a later date. And there is also, hang on, let me go back. just highlighted here with the dotted line, and I'll try to highlight it with my mouse. This area of parking is due to the view corridor that's required for the Macy's, I believe, to the southeast. This is a large impervious surface that staff is concerned about. However, based on the layout of the development on the other side of North Madison on the east, it was deemed ready to move forward. And so here is the landscape plan for the development. You can see the clouds showing the trees to be preserved. Of course, some of it is in that trail easement. However, there's a couple more throughout the development. And then there's some renderings of the proposed construction materials and a perspective angle as well. And this is the view from North Madison and Northwest 88th Street. And then from Highway 169 looking south, and this is where that pedestrian easement is located. And then again, just looking north on Highway 169. And then just straight onto the property. Staff is recommending approval with conditions, and there are a few corrections that need to be completed prior to ordinance request, but those are attached to your staff report, the corrections and the conditions as well. I can
Okay,
answer any
thank you.
questions.
Any questions from the commission to city staff?
Larissa, can you go back to, I think, that last slide?
This one?
What is that high fenced in area?
That is tee shots.
Or
Pardon me?
a golf driving range
Okay,
across the highway.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for city staff? All right, welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the commission, my name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Retz Law Firm. And on joining us via Zoom is Mr. Tim Hughes. He is the developer of the site, along with Matt Schlicht, who is our engineer, and Kathy Warman is the architect. I don't have a whole lot to add. I mean, I think you have to take this property in context with what exists around it. And I know Chairman Crowell is very familiar with this site. If you go north on Madison from Berry Road, you come across, there's a Chipotle, a Starbucks. There is now the gun shooting range. And then you have the whole Target Kohl's Center to the west side. And then you come across our property, which has been vacant. It's been planned for this retail for years and years and years. And then as you turn the corner on 88th Street, you come across the Costco. There's an apartment complex to the south of the site. So this plan is exactly what was envisioned, a little bit differently, some 25 years ago, before we put NID bonds in place to do the overall improvements to Berry Road and the 169 interchange. So I believe we've made some of the corrections. We will work with Larissa to make sure that all of the corrections are made to prior to ordinance requests that she has requested, if we haven't made those. So we are in agreement with all of the conditions that are actually listed in the staff report. Tim, do you want to add anything?
No, Patricia, I think we're in good shape. We've been involved with this for a long time, and we have specific users that are interested in certain parcels and parts of this property, so we're excited to get going.
Yeah.
That would be it.
Okay.
Unless you've got questions.
Yeah, I've got just a couple. So some of these properties you're putting in, will any have drive-through?
Yes.
Okay.
There
Are they
is the
noted?
possibility of drive-throughs. Yes.
They are highlighted on the plan, and there's a condition that requires them to meet all of those drive-through standards
Okay.
as well. Yep.
So it'll be a combination of restaurant and
restaurants and
Light commercial.
drive-throughs. We anticipate, we've had medical office people very interested in the site. Tim has also had a daycare provider because that area really lacks a good daycare provider. There's
Yep.
one across the highway to the East Spectrum Station, but there really isn't one that exists off of Berry Road on the west side.
Okay. And you have architectural standards in there as well, so nothing
Yes,
like
yes.
Sherwin-Williams.
No, and you've seen, I mean, she had the elevations up. I believe the elevations are very attractive.
Okay,
There's also a list of prohibited materials provided.
gotcha. Okay. That's really all I had. Any other questions from commission to the applicant? Commissioner Beasley or Lynch?
No, sir.
All right, so at this time, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 8, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and you will be called upon.
There are no other hands raised online, and I believe the phone number 4190 is Kathy Warman, your architect, so I don't believe there's anyone to speak.
Okay. All right, then we'll close public testimony then. And anything else to add, Ms. Jensen?
No, thank you.
Okay. So with that, we'll speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 8 with conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 8. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Padilla.
All right.
All right, looks like the motion passes, and frankly, I like this development a lot better than the multifamily, so it's nice to see some commercial and additional restaurants coming in up north, so thanks for
We
this.
need them.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, thank you very much. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving to docket item 9. I think I need to probably head out at this time. I imagine you want to continue on, or if you want to take your lunch break, or it's up to you guys.
We'll
So-
keep going for now. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, at least do this one more.
Okay, so I'm going to recuse myself the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 9, case CD CPC 2024-191, a request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved UR plan to add communication service establishment and additional uses on about 4.705 acres, generally located on East Truman Road between McGee Street and Oak Street.
Right. Good morning again. Larissa Chomby, City Planning and Development. As was previously stated, this is for a major amendment to the Kansas City Star building. Okay, this is the location of the subject property in the Crossroads area of the city. And zooming in to give you a look at the zoning, this is the only parcel zoned UR in the area. The rest is zoned either with a downtown designation or a commercial. This was the originally approved plan. It went through an amendment where they clarified the use as production, limited industrial warehouse and office. The proposal is to change that allowed use to a communication service establishment and to add additional future uses for the rest of the building. So the applicant was required to go through a major amendment. The applicant did provide a site or a floor plan just showing the extent of the use that's being proposed for phase 1. Phase 1 is the communication service establishment. It's highlighted in red. It's only located on the second floor. The rest of the building isn't under consideration for this first phase. The applicant did work with us to come up with future uses for phases 2 and 3. They're a mix of manufacturing uses, which are limited to artisan, meeting and conference spaces, which we've identified as entertainment venues, as indoor small venues and up to medium venues, and then some indoor storage, and of course, artist work or sales space. There's no timeline for when phases 2 and 3 will go into the building, but with this added onto the plan sheet, it'll be a much easier process moving forward than going through this process multiple times. So just some views. This is from Truman Road. And then again from the side, also from Truman Road. And then just an intersection from East 17th Street and McGee. Nothing is changing about the site, and we have a condition requiring a landscape affidavit just to ensure that the existing landscaping is still healthy by the time the certificate of occupancy is applied for. And so with that, staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Thanks. Questions for staff? Could you, in kind of layman's terms, explain this? Because I'm not completely following. And so similar to the case that we saw with, oh my gosh, the special use permit. Can you help me understand like the area that was identified in red? So all that's happening is the plan sheet gets updated. And that's what would happen with this.
And the allowed uses. So the previously approved plan only allowed for production, limited industrial, warehouse, and office, which is for the production facility itself for the paper. But now that we're changing it, communication service establishment isn't listed under, well, that's an old use as well. So we've updated the code, and so now we have to use the uses that are allowed with the current code. And so communication service establishments is its own use and can't be included in what was previously approved.
And so in having pretty broad sweeping uses, how much in terms of the physical area of the data center, how much can that change within this approval or following this approval?
So we've only added future uses. Each new use will be required to get an administrative approval from city planning. And we'll go through to make sure if there's enough parking, do they need to update maybe something for building code? So it will still get reviewed. We just haven't limited it to ensure some flexibility. Maybe the museum space takes up some more space in the future, or maybe they decide to make that smaller and use it for more office retail.
And then, so again, with the current existing known phase 1 data center, how much could that expand? Could it end up taking up the entire space based upon this approval?
It would follow the same, I believe, major amendment criteria if we expand it.
It's shown on the plan how much space is being used for communication services establishment. So yes, if it changed beyond the criteria for a major amendment, we would consider it a major amendment and would come back to you.
Okay. And so then with the different uses, if it ends up being some mix of all those different uses, then I think that's like a relatively predictable impact on parking, surrounding area, et cetera. If, however, just one use was ended up being used for the entirety of the space, then I feel like that might have a totally different outcome in terms of impact. And so does this approval allow for any possible outcome without coming back? Meaning the whole space could be used as a museum, which would have probably a different parking requirement, for example, than a data center.
Yes, that use. So if they did want to come in with a museum, they could come in for that without a limit on square footage. And we would still review it with the UR final plan, which is an administrative process. And we would check it for all of the impacts it might have.
And the square footage of the whole building is
a lot.
400,000 square foot, I believe.
There you go.
So for me, that's why this feels weird, because it seems as though we're kind of like, it's a blank authorization showing what's going to happen in 8,000 square feet, but there could be so many different things that happen in a 400,000 square foot building without it coming back through this body.
Well, it would come back to staff to review. Does it comply with the requirements of the UR plan and any other requirements of the zoning and development code that would apply. And if they were not able to, then they would have to make changes to the plan. That might come back before you. But if they're able to comply with the standards of the UR plan and anything else that applies from the zoning and development code, that would be the staff review and approval. So the answer to your question is maybe. Maybe it would come back to you, maybe it wouldn't. It would depend on the exact nature of what they're going to do in those future phases. If they're able to meet all of the standards and requirements, then you wouldn't see it. And if they are not and they need to make a change, it would come back to you.
By approval, though, it's giving a new requirements rather than what it is currently, right?
It's allowing them to look into more uses for use of the building. They would still need to meet the standards of the UR plan and the zoning and development code.
Can you switch back to the updated plan sheet thing? Yeah, no.
So it's not just linked to the second floor area that
On the lists
like a
uses.
suite, whatever.
Thanks.
It's linked to the whole building.
I didn't hear the question.
Sorry, so it's not just linked to the area plan, like the second floor as like a suite, it's linked to the whole building, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so I want to make sure I'm understanding. Let's say, for example, that the market and the applicant both ended up directing towards using this as flexible workspace. And essentially we end up with hundreds of thousands of square feet of flexible workspace. If through administrative review, you realize, oh, there's some things that impact the site or neighbors or whatnot, and we want to take this to City Planning Commission, that could happen. And so if, however, there was something that, let's say that the data use ended up being the primary use and it was just going to be used as something that's less intensive in terms of people in the space and it didn't have any implications in terms of parking or traffic or whatever else, but things that this body doesn't review, like power needs, then we might not see that. Is that correct? And so I think what's just new and different and uncomfortable for me is just that it's bizarre since it's such a massive site. And this is such a broad, sweeping statement of uses. So I guess that's my hesitation. Any other questions for city staff?
So do we already have someone coming in under one of these uses?
Yes, phase one would be the communication service establishment. And it would be for this second floor highlighted in red. I believe it's approximately 7,000 square feet of data center.
So that doesn't mean anything to me. Go to the picture that shows the block long picture of the building, if you would, and tell me where we are when you have that up.
So second story.
The next one. You've got another one that shows that one.
Probably here.
Is this the part of the building that you're calling second floor stuff?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So none of the intended plans actually are targeted toward the glassed in portion of the facility that was, what, was that where they actually ran the paper, the manufacturing part?
Correct. It is only for the second story of the building for phase one.
But one of the uses on the phases that Tyler asked you to go back to, I think the last one said something about warehousing and freight storage.
And that's just how we identify it in the code. It's here as only storage on the plan. We did use the exact wording of the zoning and development code for that.
So if we were to look at the building, where would that fall? That type of usage, where would it fall in the building? Because I think that's what I'm hearing Tyler alluding to. You've got these different usage, but it's still a blanket plan. That doesn't mean that's what's coming in. Am I following you right, Tyler?
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess as I'm trying to collect my thoughts, in general, I'm a fan of, more coming at this from a form-based perspective of, you know, the building is there, what's it going to look like, et cetera. And we had a similar situation, not nearly the same, but similar at Gillum and 31st. And so it was a building that already existed. Someone wanted to come in and put in self-storage. And what we asked for, and the applicant was fine doing it, was putting a couple commercial uses that added more glazing, more people, eyes on the street, more people walking around in a place that's really kind of a entertainment district. And so I felt really good that we were able to come up with something that's hopefully better for that community since it is a neighborhood. Here, as we saw a year ago, the neighborhood cares a lot about this site. People think they have a lot of ownership and say over this site, whether they do or don't. And I would feel somewhat strange as a planning commissioner saying, oh yeah, we approved that. And the outcome could have been, it's an entire self-storage unit now, which, you know, we're like, well, yeah, we approved that. Or it becomes a museum. It's like, yeah, we approved that. You know, it's so strange in one sweeping motion to admit to someone that, yeah, we kind of just signed it away and let other, you know, just left it up to other people to decide what would happen with 400,000 square feet next to our main entertainment district and our fastest growing other economic engine of the Crossroads.
So question.
These
So
might be great questions for the applicant's presentation.
Okay.
that's true.
I just wanted to know what staff, like, because staff's, you know, recommending approval. And so that's why I was trying to understand what the limits are, because I'm very supportive of staff's educated perspective.
So can I piggyback on that question, Tyler? Are there additional options that could be added to this?
For uses,
Yes.
only what is listed on this slide would be allowed.
My question is, are there others that are not listed on the slide?
They would have to go through the same major amendment process to add another use to it. So if it's anything outside of entertainment venue, office, artisanal manufacturing, and indoor storage, then they would need to come back through City Plan Commission and City Council.
So there's no restaurants or bars?
No.
So question, the existing use, right, is production, limited industrial warehouse, office, right? If the primary use is office and the secondary use is data storage, right? Would there need to be anything done here? Because like, so if it was primarily an office, but they were storing data in there as well, that's not a primary use, correct?
The condition is written that each new use, as listed here, needs to go through the administrative review, which would not come through City Plan Commission.
You're saying, is there a more restrictive way to approve something that allows some flexibility to the applicant, but doesn't open it up to
Yes.
a live music venue
Correct.
or warehouse or, yeah.
Because my thing is without changing, can they, because, you know, there's office space in there, right? Enlarge the office space as the primary use, and then you still have you can still use this.
Yeah, regardless, it sounds like there's a need for an amendment to the previously approved UR plan, regardless, for the applicant to make use of the space. And you're just saying, can it be more restrictive?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Any more questions for city staff? And then
Well,
we can
do you want to
continue.
say more restrictive or brings in some of the other types of services that would fit in with the other businesses that are taking place in there now? You mentioned restaurants and stuff that's not listed in here. So is that an option?
Yeah, good question. I think if we don't have more questions for staff, let's move to the applicant. So then we can learn more from the applicant, and then we could discuss ways to try to satisfy some of the commission's concerns.
But I think that's a question for staff because they've told us what's here. Is that something that could be added, whatever the process may be?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and welcome the applicant.
Hello, my name is Joe Morgan. My address is 7834 Northwest Birch Lane in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm a lifetime resident of this area. And I just want to start by thanking Larissa and all of you for the time here today. This is new to me as a process. So I did start a data center here in Kansas City and ran it for about 15 years and sold to Patmos, who I'm now the chief infrastructure officer and chief operating officer for. But in doing this process, I read the entire Spirit handbook, and I read a lot of the codes, and I'm actually really impressed with the work that's being done here to make sure that the city is taking care of the area and making sure that it meets the needs of the public. So our first and intended use for this is what we call phase one, data center in a small area in the very center of the building. To kind of be frank, this building has been empty for a while and is very, very expensive. And so if we were going to go in and just try to start with offices and event spaces and that sort of thing, it would be prohibitive. The data center actually is kind of the economic driver that allows us to do more with that building. So we have a client, a publicly traded company, who this is their first time coming into North America. And so they want to start very, very quickly with us. And so we're very eager to at least get started with that smaller first phase, which is just the communication services, the data center space inside of the building. This building is very unique, and because it was built with a massive amount of infrastructure inside the building that is not necessarily useful to everyone, but is useful for a data center. And the fact that it's got freight elevators and cranes, and it's got a large electrical service that was built into it, as well as additional conduits for expansion later on. And so it is a good use for that. But we, as a company, really, really love the aesthetic of the building. We're not traditional data center in the way that others are, and the fact that we don't want to, put a bunch of kind of heavy duty equipment on it. We actually want to try to preserve the aesthetic of the building. And when we talked to the neighborhood and the neighbors around it, that was very important to them. Some of the reason that we expanded the use cases for this beyond just the communication services was actually recommendations from the city based on, we want to do things that are going to create more jobs. We want to do things that are going to be more beneficial to the neighbors. Some of the suggestions that the neighbors had at those meetings had me add use cases to this because they said, hey, look, we'd really like to see this, or we'd really like to do this. Or, I've had conversations with, storage for artwork as a temporary art space versus like a traveling art display. One of the ideas that I had was we could take and open up part of it for maybe like a First Friday's art event where we use AI to generate artwork, but it only exists once if you're there in sight, and then it's gone. But these are all outside of that kind of first phase, and only happen if we build this first data center and that generates the revenue that would do the rest of it. We're not planning to do any major reconstructions. We want to take the offices that are already in the building and just try to rent them out. We want to do everything with kind of tech focus because we think this would be better served as a kind of a tech hub that would help build out Kansas City's presence in the tech industry. But some of those other use cases, and the reason that we added these were things like mixed office space use, get some web hosting companies that want to have office space. To answer the question about like the restaurant, it was going to delay and require quite a lot more to our site plan. And these are all future use cases that I don't have a restaurant that's asking to rent the space yet, right? But that is something we want. In fact, our CEO owns a pizza restaurant in California and said, hey, I'd love to put a pizza place there, but it's kind of not possible as part of the first phase. And it's not possible for us to kind of plan for it because we're not buying the whole building. We're only leasing a small subset of the building, which is what you saw in red to get started with. So our intention is to take the whole building and turn it into this tech hub, but this is what's kind of necessary in order for us to get there. So anyway, I hope that helps clarify some of the questions, but I'm more than happy to answer any others that you may have.
So question for staff then, since you all are leasing, for both, I guess. So the lease would be just for this particular area. You have an option to extend the lease potentially, and is that uncommon for an applicant who doesn't have control of a site to request? It is, okay. And then, but the landlord, the owner of the building then could also bring in a different tenant
Correct. With
under the
these
same use
uses.
case. And has Patmos developed before?
Yeah, Patmos currently has 3 existing data centers. So in Phoenix and Dallas, and then of course the one they purchased from me here in Kansas City. To that extent too, we do have a lease that gives us the right of first refusal and a lease that can be converted into a purchase. So our intention is to purchase the entire building and use it for these use cases.
So, I mean, love the idea of using the building, love the idea of making an economic engine. Would you all be hiring a developer or working with a developer, or are you all prepared to potentially run office space or entertainment venues or?
Yeah, we are currently talking with Bell Knott as an architect to help us work through some of that. And we've had a couple other people who've come to us that say, hey, could help in running and using that space. I intend to talk to some more businesses downtown that already do office rental and say, hey, if you want, we would be happy to help you by letting you manage and run this as well. So all of that's on the table. Our primary function as a company has always been in the tech space around data center operation and running. But this to us is a way for us to expand that a little bit more into the full tech space. So
my biggest concerns are on those last couple items: storage, rental space, warehouse, wholesale, storage. I don't see those as needs for that space. I think that would be we saw a storage facility earlier in a space that probably fit the storage facility best. I can't imagine we would need it. We have one down in River Market, and I think it disconnects two parts of the community. So is there a way that we can restrict that so that that can't be, but the rest of them can be?
I'd be perfectly fine with the storage piece being removed.
And
We were only putting it there because we wanted to, if somebody came to us and said, hey, we want to use this, and, it was a good use case, we'd have it there. But I don't have a current person who's asking to put that in or anything like that. And it doesn't exactly fit our model either. So.
And that can be done prior to ordinance request, just having that updated.
And then question for both applicant and city staff, is there a simple way to still provide a lot of optionality with this and potentially not removing use cases, but conditioning the degree to which, or whether by square footage or some way conditioning it so that way there is an opportunity for a public process to happen again?
Yes, you could add a condition that a certain use can only be so much area.
And could we get a professional recommendation on what would make sense where it's reasonable and seems fitting for this site?
You would
I
need to
wouldn't-
continue it if
yeah.
you were asking for,
Okay, and for the applicant, it doesn't have to be in exact concrete terms, but is that something you'd be open to, keeping a lot of these uses listed, but somehow requiring a public process again, should development of one use exceed a certain threshold, whether that's 50,000 square feet or something like that?
I would be open to something like that. My main concern is just time frame delays because the customer is essentially tying their entire go-to-market based on how quickly they can start with us. So
Yeah, I think that's the least scary part, I'm assuming, for the commission, because it's known, it's a known known. I think the scariest part are the unknowns. And so I think that part could be approved pretty easily, at least from this body. I think it's more so understanding that, again, one use wouldn't dominate the whole space without the public having an opportunity to weigh in again.
yeah, no, the building isn't exactly constructed in such a way that would be real easy for me to use it for all of any one of these, right? Even from a data center's perspective, we chose the area in the building that we're in because it's got high ceilings and it's got nice kind of open space, but it's also doesn't have outside access like the glass windows and that sort of stuff. So, but when it comes to like the office space and stuff like that, it'd be really difficult to change where it's at now because it goes up along the side of a huge glass open, kind of the fishbowl area in the front of it, where the old printing press used to be. And so some of those are a little limited based on just the construction of the building already, right? Like the reason we added event space is because that big open area where the press used to be, it'd be hard to use it for anything other than kind of a big open like press area or whatever. So I think a restriction on square footage based on use might not be that difficult to do just based on the physical footprint of the existing building.
And then last question for city staff, and then I'll propose what I think might make sense is, am I just, manufacturing a solution for a problem that doesn't exist and should, okay. All right, well, if there aren't other questions, then we can go ahead and close and discuss this. Are there any other questions?
Well, do we need to
We haven't
take-
opened up for
I was
public
gonna
testimony,
say-
have we?
Oh,
All right.
Yeah, we got to do that.
So we'll close questionings for now and open up for public testimony.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, applicant, anything else you want to add?
No, but I'm happy to answer any more questions you might come up.
Great, thank you. So I kind of think that perhaps we could also just approve this with asking city staff to work with the applicant to condition something by the time it goes to ordinance request. And so I don't feel like a really strong need to define what the exact parameter is that requires this to come back through a public process, as long as the goal is understood that it would be an uncomfortable and unideal situation for something to happen that's within the uses that we passed that just seems disproportionate.
Contextual to the area, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Any other thoughts?
None additional.
So the applicant has agreed to remove the fourth or the last condition on the,
That would be a second condition to add, is removing the warehousing
Okay.
sale.
Commissioner Lynch, anything else?
I have nothing else.
Okay. And then, Sarah, is that okay to have something, if we condition something very, very loosely, that city staff tries to work on something with the applicant in between now and ordinance requests?
Sure. I mean, legally, I don't have any, I think that's fine. I don't know if Sarah has anything to add in terms of if you need additional guidance on that or not.
I mean, my understanding, is that you are asking us to work with the applicant to set square footage limits for each of the uses contained in the plan with the removal of the warehousing. And that there's no further, you're happy for us to work that out without any further limitations or guidance, as long as a square footage limit is shown on the plan for each of the permitted uses.
Right, and if it goes above, it would have to come back through this body.
And my only question would be, do you want those uses to be limited in any way as we work that out? Like no more than a certain percentage of the building, total gross square footage or anything further? Or do you just want us to establish a limit in collaboration with the applicant?
Yeah, I think you all would have to figure that out with the applicant, because I imagine each one is different. And I think there are both real potential issues and perceived potential issues. So the perceived potential issue would be the KC Star building is turned into self-storage. Probably doesn't have as much of a adverse impact to neighbors, except that there's not extra people there who are shopping and, dining or whatever. And then real issues where if this became a really high capacity entertainment venue that drew a lot of traffic, there might be real issues that weren't fully thought through. And so I think that the square footage for flex space might be totally different, that limit for which you all would believe that it needs to go through a public process. Again, that might be a much higher threshold than the threshold for a different use where you might think that that should go through a public process. So I don't want to over-engineer this at all.
Sure. No,
But I
that's
also don't want to
helpful.
hold it up. Okay.
I got it.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve docket item number 9 with conditions, adding 2 conditions. One is the removal of the use of warehousing, and then the other condition would be adding that city staff work with the applicant prior to ordinance request to provide some sort of limits by which a use, should it become a predominant use or not predominant, but provide some
Square
sort of
footage
limit.
beyond which.
Yeah, so we'll make it square footage beyond which the process would need to be brought back to a public process. The approval would need to be brought back through a public process and could not be just administratively approved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve docket item.
I have a clarification question. So you are including public process to be an option for neighborhood engagement?
Yes.
Thank you.
Seconded to approve item number 9. Margaret, could you take the roll call vote, please?
Parkin?
Aye.
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Lynch.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, docket item number 9 has been approved 6-0. Thanks for the project and good luck with it.
Yeah,
And
thank
thanks
you,
for your
everyone.
willingness to work through it.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
All right, what would the commission like to do? Break for lunch or keep going?
I'd be open to breaking for lunch here.
All right, it is 12:25. We will come back at 12:55 to hear docket items 10 through 14.
What time come back?
12:55.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody just
All right, so we'll be resuming shortly, picking up with docket item number 10. And Sarah, if you want to go ahead and introduce the case, that'd be great.
I'll wait for Alec to take our screen down.
Sure.
Okay. Case number 10 is CD SUP 2024-49, a request for reapproval of a special use permit in District R5 to allow bed and breakfast on about 9 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of East 67th Street and Elmwood Avenue. I'm going to promote Michael Blackledge and Laura, I apologize, Wesky. Hopefully I got at least close. Laura, I see your hand up. If you would like to be promoted to panelist in order to speak, you do need to accept the promotion.
Okay, we're good to start. Okay. Let me share my screen. Good afternoon. I'm Alec Gustafson. This is docket item number 10. CD SUP 2024-49. This is the bed and breakfast mansion in the park, special use permit at 6700 Elmwood Avenue. The site is located just next to Swope Park. It's across the street from the zoo, across East 67th Street and Elmwood Road. Here's the site. It's in an R5 zoning district with neighborhoods directly to the west, and lots for single-family development to the south, but currently undeveloped. There's one controlling case. This was a special use permit that is being reapplied for. It was approved in 2020. The plan has since expired, and that's why you're seeing it as a full special use permit right now, and not just a renewal. So, full special use permit, the whole rigmarole again. This would be the street view of the mansion in the park. And then here's the site plan. There's the home itself, and there's a carriage house in the backyard that all house residents. We have our landscape plan, which is basically just the site plan with an aerial imagery, and it just shows that they have met all the landscaping requirements. There's nothing changing to the site itself. It's simply just a special use permit for the use. One of the requests that building permits requested was that they submit floor plans. This did change from the last special use permit. In 2020, we now have all the floor plans for all the buildings and all the levels. So you can see the basement, the main floor with the square footage on it, and the owner bedrooms. One of the requirements for a bed and breakfast is that the owner has to live on the premises. They do call that out here on the second floor plan. So you can see the owner's bedroom. And then this would be the third floor. And then we get into the carriage house, and there's other storage in the basement, as well as living and one guest room, and another guest room on the second story. So there really hasn't been much change. They're not proposing any additions, nothing as impervious surface wise. They're not expanding parking or anything. It's just same use as it was approved back in 2020. There was no public testimony. I'm just giving you the elevations of the site itself. And the conditions are pretty standard for a bed and breakfast. The property cannot be leased or offered as a reception space, party space, meeting space, or any other event type other than just non-resident guests. They went through the public entitlement process. They need to coordinate with building plans review to address any requirements for fire sprinklers. They don't need any of that though, because it's just a bed and breakfast and they're not a commercial structure. And the rest, I mean, we're proposing that it's a special use permit granted for a period of 3 years. So they would be need to do the renewal in 3 years. Preferably this time prior to the expiration date so that they don't have to go through the special use permit process completely all over again. So other than that, I mean, it's a pretty straightforward special use permit and staff is recommending approval with conditions. So I can take any questions you guys have.
Any questions for staff? So there were no reports, violations, issues in the last 4 years?
Nope.
And then would staff be open to a longer duration?
I mean, potentially, yeah. I think we just wanted to keep it at 3 years just because that's pretty standard for bed and breakfast so that they can keep all their permits up to date and everything. And, you know, better to have, I guess, a contingency plan, I guess, you know.
Thanks. If there are no more questions for staff, we'll welcome the applicant.
Good morning. My name is Michael Blackledge, Piper Wind Architects, 2121 Central Street, Suite 143, Kansas City, Missouri. I don't know if you need to get Laura's name and address or, but as Al mentioned, it's a renewal for a previously approved SUP for bed and breakfast, not making any proposed changes. You did comment about a longer duration. I know the owners were interested in that. So if more than 3 years is an option, that would be great. But as I mentioned, no changes and it's a renewal for previous SUP. So if there are any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Laura, do you mind introducing yourself and giving us a little bit of information about the property and the operation?
Laura Wishy, 6700 Elmwood Avenue. That's the mansion in the park we do, as said, live on site. And you said give some information about the operation?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we're a full bed and breakfast, different than short-term rental. And we have 4 guest rooms in the house and 1 in the carriage house. The one in the carriage house accommodates 6, so it's been really popular for families, particularly traveling with small children. We provide breakfast to guests, and we've probably had, we don't count specifically, we'd estimate about 1,200 guests. We maintain a 4.99 star in our reviews out of 5. We've lived here since we bought it in 2000. We're only the 4th owner in 120 years. And it's very much in its original condition, the wood, the stained glass, all the original design elements of it. We're on a little over 9 acres with a lake on the property. A lot of times guests love that we're in the city, but it feels quiet and away. Starlight and the zoo are big draws to our guests.
Thank you. And how long have you operated it as a bed and breakfast?
We started with short-term rental with 1 room available in the summer of 2018. I think I'm right. And then moved to full bed and breakfast with the help of Michael of an architecture firm and going through special use permit and all. We had to substantially enlarge the driveway to accommodate both parking and fire truck access.
Got it. Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant team? Seeing none, we will open it up for public testimony.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, closing public testimony. Michael, Laura, anything else you want to add?
We're a small operation. It would help us a lot to not be in a 3-year cycle. It costs us money going through that renewal. Less, it's renewal. But if there is an opportunity for more than 3 years, I understand trying to stick to standard. But if there's a comfortable way to give a longer period, we appreciate it.
Sure. All right, thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and close all testimony and discuss. I personally think we having 3/4 years of experience, I'm completely fine with a longer term.
Yeah, I agree.
That would be fine as well, especially because there's been a lot of investment put into keeping it this way. So
Same. I'll throw out 7 years.
Okay with that.
Okay. Someone want to make the motion?
Vice Chair, I may move to approve docket item number 10 with conditions with the addition or amendment of the condition to extend the special use permit to 7 years.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 10 with conditions amending condition number 5 to 7 years instead of 3. Margaret, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Harkin,
Aye.
Beasley. Beasley,
I'm sorry, I couldn't find my screen. Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Her video's not on. She might not be back.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, it's been approved 5-0.
Mm.
Thank you very much for the project.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
We will-
you.
We will move on to docket item number 11.
Number 11 is case CD SUP 2024-46, a request to approve a special use permit in District M15 to allow addition, debris landfill, and general manufacturing on about 9 acres generally located at 421 North Atlantic Street.
Okay, thank you. Anna Naniski, Development Management Division. As previously mentioned, this is case CD SUP 2024-46, and the applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for an existing demolition debris landfill with general manufacturing to occupy the site. So the property is located, and the arrow definitely got moved a little bit, but it is just north of the river, north of us right now, towards North Kansas City. And here is a close-up of the subject site. If you use the Heart of America Bridge, you probably see this site every day like I do when I use the bridge. It is highlighted in yellow. And this is a look of the site from the perspective of the site plan provided by the applicant. As mentioned, this is an existing demolition debris landfill. This is the sign on the subject property that shows that they accept and sell and, of course, store rock materials. This is a photo from the inspection team. And I'm going to go through some more photos of what the property looks like. So here's the site in use. More images. So some timeline background. There was a previously approved special use permit for a demolition debris landfill and general manufacturing on the subject site. That did expire, that special use permit. And then in 2024, our zoning and development code investigators, they were sent out to the site and they noticed that the special use permit had expired. So the property was cited a violation for operating those uses without the special use permit. And there's an associated appeal case with that violation. For a demolition debris landfill or general manufacturing to occur in the zoning district, which is M1-5, a special use permit is required. Why is it a demolition debris landfill? I went in through some of these definitions with one of my previous cases, but I'll go into it again. So per the zoning and development code, it says that it's a facility that is used for the disposal and storage of demolition waste, construction materials. This can be used building materials, brush, wood, soil, rock, concrete, and other solids soluble in water. A recycling service is a completely different use, which talks about reusing standard materials like paper, cardboard, glass. Rock is not included in that, which means that this type of facility fits into the demolition debris landfill use designation. More information, this time from the solid waste perspective, where again, they are identifying that a recycle center or recyclable materials do not include rock, like what is included in the proposed proposed special use permit. So now I'm going to go over the review criteria as we are reestablishing the special use permit for this use. I'm going to go into 3 that highlight city staff's recommendation. So does it comply with the standards of the zoning and development code? So I do want to highlight conditions 1, 12, and 13 of this report. This is going to support compliance with the specific use standards for a demolition debris landfill and the previously approved expired SUP. There's also a condition on there that addresses the temporary gravel parking, and an administrative adjustment for bicycle parking. And of course, city staff is supportive of this because of the industrial nature. We want them to temporarily be able to use gravel parking, and there's no need for bicycles because of the heavy industrial nature of the use. So this is a refresher of what 1, 12, and 13 state. The special use permit shall be renewed annually. This is because of the lapse of the previous special use permit and the in compliance with some of the previous conditions that was under a different operator than what we're seeing now today. But just from a standard procedure, you know, we're trying to better enforce our special use permits, which is why you see that condition, as well as 12, which talks about how if there's future failing to comply with the individual conditions listed on the SUP, those constitute separate violations that could be issued. And then 13 is a carryover from the previous special use permit, which talks about a third-party inspection, looking at the site to making sure that the fill is coming down, being reduced meaningfully. That condition was not satisfied with the previous special use permit. Again, like I said, it was a different operator, but we want to carry that through the next one. And that's another look at of the disposition letter from the previous special use permit. Review criteria B, which talks about the interests of the public and ensuring that this use does not have an adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. So as I mentioned, they're seeking approval of an existing special use permit for an existing use that's been there. And the area in general around the site is industrial in nature as well. And C, which I went into as just a moment ago, which again talks about how the area is industrial in nature, so it is compatible with the area. And I've been told from the zoning and development code compliance team that of the demolition debris landfills in Kansas City, this site is one of the more well-maintained ones. So thus, city staff, we recommend approval subject to conditions. This would be heard at next week's BZA, and the applicant is requesting to revise condition 14, which is stated on the screen. The developer shall obtain a minor infrastructure permit from the Public Works Department for the paving of the first 20 feet of drive. The back of the right-of-way at such time when North Atlantic Street is going to be improved by North Kansas City. And that concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff? In regards to condition number 13, the third-party inspection, is that pretty routine for other sites that are similar, or is this just because of the lapse?
That condition was on the previous special use permit, so it's also being carried over to this one. And I don't have familiarity with other demolition debris landfills to
And
answer
then, so I'm thinking, as someone who gets to fill out a lot of things annually for the city of Kansas City, Missouri, a lot of things, and it's a lot. In some ways, would an annual renewal of a special use permit and that be duplicitous? And then secondly, is there a world in which you would want that third-party inspection to fall off, or is that something that we always would want as best practice, that there's always an annual inspection?
If I understand the intent from the original SUP, it's to ensure that the site doesn't forever remain of that use, that eventually the fill is coming off and then we'll have a developable site, which is why the condition, I believe, should also stay on there to encourage that removal of the rock.
Any other questions for staff? Being none, we will welcome the applicant.
Thank you, Commissioner Enders and the rest of the commission. My name, of course, you know, is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. Here today on behalf of SBKC, who is Mr. Kevin Ash. I don't know how many of you travel the Heart of America Bridge on your commute or how often you go through there, but this site, before Kevin acquired it, was significantly bad. The operator was a bad operator, and it was overgrown and really did not look good for the city. So Kevin acquired it about 5 years ago, I think 4 or 5 years ago, and assumed operations. And as Anna has noted, the staff have complimented us on how clean of an operation it is. What happens is that dirt pile that sits there, Kevin brings in concrete material, breaks it down, mixes it in, and it goes then out of the site to provide for fill material for construction projects going on in the city, as well as the city's public improvement projects that material is used. Commissioner Enders, you asked some of the same questions we were asking. So one of the new requirements that's been lumped on us is that the site right now, the drive is all a gravel drive. It's never been an issue before, but the staff has suddenly decided to require us to pave a portion of that gravel drive. When we were objecting, we were saying, look, we're right next to North Kansas City. It's basically a cowpath road. It's a dirt road. Well, we found out since, or the staff found out, that North Kansas City is planning on paving that section of Atlantic sometime this summer. So we've agreed with the condition that you see in front of you, or that Anna presented to you, to pave 20 feet back of the right of way. We're going to work with North Kansas City's contractor to do that at the time North Kansas City is doing it. The other issue is, Commissioner Enders, as you've noted, 1 year time frame for this type of an application is a very short time frame. We would request that it be at least 3 to 5 years. I mean, even 3 years is a short time. Yes, we understand now that we need to do these annual reports, reporting on exactly how much that hill is coming down. So that's what the purpose of the annual report is. I'm not sure who at staff reviews or for what purpose, really. But we have provided a report for the previous 5 years to compare where the elevations were 5 years ago to where they are now. So the city has that in its possession. And we would therefore request that you amend the condition on number 1. Our request is really that it be 5 years. And Kevin can provide you more information on exactly what his business is and what the site was like at the time he acquired it. But I believe that we've been complimented by the inspection staff on how well run it is. The other conditions we don't have any issues with.
Great. Was there anything you wanted to add?
My name's Kevin Ash, and we operate concrete recycle yards in Lee Summit, Grain Valley, Village of Riverbend. Oh, sorry. Village of Riverbend. And so we were brought onto this location in 99, I think, when the original owner was shut down by the city. Place was a mess. We went through the whole permit process, started into cleaning up the site. at the time, nowadays a drone, we finally got because of that downtown airport, we couldn't drone to take the measurements of the site on how much we were taking out. Just this past year, we were able to get permit from the downtown airport to drone it. So there's technology that'll measure what we have there. So that makes the reporting a lot easier for us. COVID hit. We also, so it's taken us time to bring that site down. We have this past couple years, we've made huge strides in bringing the elevation down. Material comes in, we're able to blend it, make base rock for a lot of the projects around Kansas City. It's an ideal location for customers to bring their demo material from the city and projects to us. Other than the railroads down there, there's a lot of train tracks, and the new bridge construction slowed us down for people coming in and out. But our goal is to bring this, as we bring material in, blend it, make good product, sell it, bring it down to normal ground level over time, and that takes time, depends on when the projects are. That work is somewhat seasonal, summer, fall. So it, it just takes time to process that material. And we've been limited in space down there because of the geography of the piles. When we first started, we could only make, say, 15,000 ton of material before we had space to make more, make more product. Now we can put 50 or 60,000 ton of material on the ground to where it allows us to clean up a bigger area as we come in and process it. So, I think part of the reason why our permit lapsed, because the original permit, we helped the previous owner of the project, of the property, go through the process, get the permit, but then we converted as the owner a couple years later. So I don't think we were notified of that information. So it's my fault. I'll take responsibility for not following up with it, but I think that's part of the process. We just weren't notified that it was ending.
And one correction, you acquired it in 2019, or that was the last permit, not 1999.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
I didn't
That's
want
good
them to
clarification, yeah.
get confused.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And
2020.
From
but sorry.
The business lens of this, because I'm not very familiar. So sounds like it's easier to acquire the product that people don't want anymore, and it's harder for you to find people who want to take the new broken down rock?
Not now. It took us a little bit to get going, along with in our other locations too. But now we're selling more than we're probably taking in for sure. So, our site has come down quite a bit in the past 2 years, the elevations.
It really depends upon the construction.
Yeah, it really does. The
How
bridge
well
being closed,
construction is
the
doing.
bridge being closed by the airport hurt us the past couple of years because people could only come in from one way. And now, and more people know that we're down there doing what we're doing and recycling. So, and more customers use our product than they did. So we try to be, saving money, saves trucking to the projects from other quarries that are outside the city. So it's been a good location for us. It's a process because the gentleman there before brought in anything and everything, not wood or anything like that, but just dirt and concrete and asphalt and everything. So we have to process that to where it makes it a sellable product to leave the property. So, but, go ahead. Sorry.
No, thanks. Anything else?
I don't have anything else.
No.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? All right, we'll go ahead and open it up for public testimony.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, closing public testimony. Anything else you two would like to add?
No, just the revisions to number 1 and 14.
And we will then close testimony.
I was just going to say, I want to make sure that it's okay with city staff if we do make that amendment to 3 years instead of the 1.
I think 3 years is appropriate.
So with the report that comes from the licensed engineer, is that just to kind of maintain? So I hear it's to make sure that the aggregate material doesn't just grow and grow and grow. There's nothing actionable with it except potential renewal of the permit. Like there's not a limit. They're not disallowed from letting the it grow? And is there a goal of, like, oh, this is way over what it should be, we're trying to get it down?
And so the way the condition is written is for it to reduce in volume. So that does imply that if it grows, that would be in violation of that condition.
And so is the goal, like, annually, we want to make sure from July 1 to July 1, it reduced, we don't care if it reduced by 1% or 20%?
Correct. We
Okay.
just want to make sure it gets
So
smaller.
basically, it's too much right now, and it needs to be
Mhm.
less, but we don't care how much less.
Mhm.
Okay. And is there some sort of land use land use regulation on how much debris or finished product there can be?
No.
But we've determined it's too much right now.
Oh, it's not that it's too much. It's just that these reports were never filed annually.
So I can't speak for the planners who added the condition for the original special use permit. But, the existence of it in that process, I assume that they deemed we don't want this land to be a demolition debris landfill forever. So we're going to require these reports so that we know that the rock is getting smaller, so it's eventually a developable site.
Okay. And since they didn't fight it, I shouldn't push it. I'm just thinking, like, if you are redoing part of the downtown airport runway and all of a sudden you have to take on a whole lot of product and the timing of your inspection was just bad and you end up with extra material, it's like, that's unfortunate, but.
Can I speak to it?
Sure.
So in the beginning, part of the reason why they made us agree to that was because we
Can you get
originally,
closer?
originally they weren't going to allow us to take material in. But because of the type of material on the site, we had to have good material to mix with what's there to make it a sellable product and financially just to make the thing work and to bring the whole site down. So they just wanted to see some sort of reduction, never really put a stipulation on it.
Okay.
So.
And then I just want to make sure that we're talking about the removal of condition 14, not amending the language.
No, amending 14.
Oh, amending the language? Okay.
Right, she had the amendment up on the screen.
Great. Okay. And so staff is okay moving it to 3 years? Just in 5 years?
3.
3? Okay.
Well, in 3 years, we'll be back asking you for 5, I'm sure.
That seems
So-
very reasonable. Okay. Any other questions or anything else to discuss?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand what the 14, the amendment to number 14, what was the exact language?
It's hard for them to read.
Yeah.
Can you read it?
They need to be on both screens.
Yeah, if
Would
you
that
can
help?
bring it to the screen closer to me.
That help?
All right, we ready for a motion? Okay, Vice Chair, I move to approve docket item number 11 with conditions, with the amendment of condition number 1 from annually to 3 years, and then with the amendment of condition number 14 to the first, what was it, 200 feet?
Oh, 20
20 feet, first 20 feet.
Don't make us do
Sorry.
200.
And I'll amend your motion just that it'll be 3 years as opposed to 1, but not every 3 years.
Right, yes, I made the correction.
Great.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 11 with conditions, amending condition number 1 and 14. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Docket item number 16 has been approved 6-0.
Thank you.
You said number 16?
I probably said the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, number 11.
Number 11.
Okay, thank you. Trying to throw me.
And now we're on to number 12. Case CD SUP 2024-50, a request to approve a special use permit to expand recreation and entertainment uses on the subject site on about 15 acres, generally located at 6800 Lakeside Drive. And I'm going to promote L. Falk and Cooper Doms.
Are they connected? Yes. Okay, now we're moving on to CD SCP 2024-50. The applicant is seeking a special use permit to expand existing zoo features on the subject site. So, as many of us are probably very familiar, we are looking at the Swope Park complex area where the Kansas City Zoo and Aquarium is located. This is a close-up of the site. It's a very, very large site, so it's hard to, like adequately get the entire zoo complex and Swope Park on the screen. But this is an aerial image of Swope Park, and then a little bit more zoomed in on where this expansion is located, is being proposed. So they are proposing for updated giraffe facilities on the site, a new way for visitors to, interact and see the giraffes, as well as some updates to their habitat. So this is a site plan provided by the applicant. This is a better image of what is proposed. This rendering. And now I'm going over the special use permit review criteria and the 3 that supports city staff's recommendation. So first being B, that it's the interests of public convenience and won't have an adverse impact on the general welfare of the community. And from a city staff perspective, we believe that the zoo very much is, for the public convenience and is in the interests of Kansas City as a whole. It's providing a very positive amenity for Kansas City and for our youth to interact with animals and learn about different ecosystems and habitats around the world. We have review criteria C, which talks about the proposed project being compatible with the surrounding area in terms of site planning or building scale. So this is an embedded feature, an embedded amenity within an existing complex, within the existing zoo. So we do believe that it complements that whole zoo campus, and that it's not going to hurt that function. Of course, they've got the ability to have their unique distinction for that exhibit, because if you're familiar with the zoo, that's divided up by the different regions. So is it going to look exactly the same, to all of the other exhibits? No, but that's good because, it's fitting into its particular habitat. And we have E, which that it will not have significant adverse impacts on pedestrian safety. And the project provides for adequate pedestrian connections just in of its nature, because the whole purpose is to walk around and interact with the different exhibits. So that concludes my staff presentation. We recommend approval subject to conditions, and this will go to BZA next week. That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Anna. Any questions for city staff? Seeing none, we will welcome the applicant.
Thank you. My name is Linda Falk. I'm the Chief Operating Officer here at the Kansas City Zoo. Thank you, commissioners, for hearing us today. The giraffe complex, as it currently sits, the holding building is a facility that's about a quarter mile off the current viewing site. The giraffe is a very iconic animal for the zoo, and with it with it being a temperate animal, it's only on exhibit a few months out of the year. This project will allow us to build a new holding facility on the current yard site so that the giraffe will be viewable for guests 365 days of the year. They'd be able to see it outside as well as inside and interact with the animals, hopefully provide a feeding deck for them to interact with the giraffe as well. So we respectfully request your approval.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
So did I miss a drawing of the featured new facility? Did she have one?
There is one in the staff report, and Anna is going to also, well, Anna, are you able to share the one from the staff report?
If I'm able to share my screen, I'd be happy to share that.
I also have a site plan.
Would you like this image or for Cooper to share his screen?
There's somebody sharing something already.
Is this over by the entrance to Africa?
This is about halfway around Africa, so it's at the furthest most point
Okay.
of entrance. If you can see the Sky Safari in the background of this photo, it's where the
So-
Sky Safari lands by the chimp exhibit.
Okay. That makes more sense.
So you had said that there's only certain amount of time during the year that they are actually out. This looks like an outdoor viewing.
Next to it there to the right is the indoor holding facility. So you'd be able to see the giraffe when they're outside in their yard, but you'd also be able to, the guests would also be able to go inside and see them year round.
We share the elevations.
Or do you have additional ones? That's all I have in my PowerPoint presentation.
Anna, I've got a plan pulled up if I'm allowed to share my screen.
Yes,
Is that acceptable?
Yes, go ahead.
Is that sharing?
Yes, it is.
So to the left there is the overall site plan, and then an enhancement is on your right, which shows a little bit more close-up view of the building itself.
So the feeding yard is also viewable for the citizens outside as well, right?
There'd be a feeding deck outside and inside.
And then that outside one that that showed on that first one that looked like it was a canopy type safari covering, is that in this viewing where your
Yes.
hand is? Where your hand is? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's close.
Cooper, do you happen to have elevations also?
I do not have those pulled up with me right now.
Okay. Forcing, if you want, there are elevations in the staff report. They're black and white, but they give a little bit better sense of the building.
Okay, thank you. Sometimes I ask for things to be shown so the citizens that are watching can see it.
Sure,
as
absolutely.
well.
Absolutely. Are there any other questions for the applicants?
Time frame if you're approved to have this started and completed?
Our hope is to start it at the February, and then it would open sometime late spring, early summer of 2026.
Time for our visitors in the World Cup, huh?
That's what our goal is.
Okay.
How many giraffes does the zoo currently house, and will this change capacity at all?
We currently, I'm not the animal person, but I believe we have about 5 giraffe, and it does allow us for some expansion, yes.
So plural giraffe is just giraffe? I think so.
As far as I know.
Okay. All right, seeing no other questions, we will open it up for public testimony.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, applicant team, is there anything else you'd like to add?
We did hold a public meeting. We sent the notice out to about 20 of the neighborhood associations. We also have staff that participate in the neighborhood groups. And we did not have anyone show up for the particular meeting.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll close all testimony and I'll take a motion.
Vice Chair, I move to approve docket item number 12 with conditions stated.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 12 with conditions. Margaret, could you take the vote, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Docket item number 12 has been approved 6-0. Thank you for the project.
Thank you.
As we get ready for docket item number 13, do we need to let Councilman Willett know that he can find his way back down here at his convenience?
Sure, we will do that.
Just because I know he was here.
Yeah.
Okay, and then let's open up docket item 13.
Number 13 is case CD SUP 2024-33. A request to approve a special use permit facility within the Avenue Overlay District on about 0.4 acres, generally located at 543 Van Brunt Boulevard. If we could have the applicant raise their hand online, thank you. I'll promote Dana Blay to panelist.
Okay, now we're focusing on CD SUP 2024-33. This is the applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to establish a drive-through restaurant on the subject site. So the property is located in the northeastern portion of Kansas City, Missouri. And the property in question is highlighted in yellow. It is along Independence Avenue and Van Brunt Boulevard. And this is a look at the subject site and the building that we're going to be talking about. You can also see a food truck in this Google Street View, which is, from my understanding, the business that is going to be occupying this particular building. This is a look at the site plan provided by the applicant. So we're going to be taking the original structure, reconverting it into the drive-through restaurant, adding the drive-through lane within some significant landscape features as well. And then this is an elevation of what it will look like once that renovation has been completed. So it's formally vacant car wash, now turning into a drive-through restaurant. And then a look of the back side of the building where the pickup window is located. Now I'm going to go over the review criteria for a special use permit and talk about the 3 items that support city staff's decision. So first being A, which is compliance with all applicable zoning and development codes. We also address area plans in this section. So there are some variances that will need to be approved by the BZA. And if those variances are approved, then the project will comply with the zoning and development code. Without the zoning variances, then it would not. The proposed project does offer significant improvement to an existing vacant structure, which we do support. The proposal does align with the Truman Plaza area plan, which specifically calls out revitalizing commercial corridors like Independence Avenue. So this is a visual representation of the variances that are going to be requested by the Board of Zoning Adjustment. I'm not going to get into it too much since the Board of Zoning Adjustment approves those, but it has to do with the spacing, the separation distance between the drive-through lane and the stacking that can occur in the street side yard of the property. Review criteria B addresses if the proposed product is in the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the neighborhood or the general welfare. So Independence Avenue is very much a mixed-use corridor, and city staff does not believe the proposed project will have a negative impact on Independence Avenue because a well-maintained drive-through restaurant can be an amenity, especially when there isn't a lot of other food options available. And this particular part of Independence Avenue is right towards the end of the overlay district, where it's not as developed as you may be thinking about the hustling and bustling portions towards downtown. So I've circled just 2 other sites where there are food, restaurants along Independence Avenue. So this would be from city staff's perspective, a welcome addition to adding to that end of the corridor. Lastly, review criteria D talks about the compatibility in terms of operational characteristics. So we're thinking about hours of operation, lighting, noise, traffic, other things. So as I've mentioned, Independence Avenue is very much mixed use. So in and of itself, the drive-through operational characteristics are not incompatible, but there of course is that residential neighborhood directly to the north of this proposed property. And if it's well maintained and the screening with the fence is maintained, then ideally that would minimize negative impacts that could occur with the residential neighborhood to the north. So city staff, we are recommending approval subject to conditions, and this would go to BZA next week. That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any more questions.
Thanks. Any questions for staff?
Tyler, I do have one for Anna. You were saying the overlay guidelines. I was thinking the overlay was the entire strip of Independence Avenue. So you're saying it stops at a certain point?
Yeah, the Independence Avenue overlay district does have limitations. I can pull it up real quick if you want me to.
Well, I knew that the McDonald's, when they redid it, they're at Hardesty and Independence, but I thought the overlay came all the way over to Paseo.
The overlay district stretches to the BNSF railroad tracks to the very far east. That's roughly Ewing Avenue, Ewing. I don't know how to pronounce that street.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's it.
All the way to the west, where it meets downtown at the Paseo.
That's what I thought. So there's not an issue with the drive-through. It met the guidelines for having a drive-through restaurant, because I think you said it's in the back, right? The pickup window.
The drive-through menu is to the east and the pickup window is behind, but because of its intersection with the overlay district, which would control the design features and the boulevard on Van Brunt, that's what triggered the need for the special use permit. So it can occur there with the special use permit.
Okay. I know there were some restrictions on the drive-through windows that they had put in. Okay, thank you.
I have a question. The structure that is currently there, what was it previously?
I believe it was a car wash.
Okay.
Seeing no other questions for city staff, we will welcome the applicant.
Dana, you can unmute yourself and speak.
She still has her hand raised.
Dana, you have your hand raised, but you're on mute. You can unmute yourself.
There we go. Hello?
Hello.
Okay. I don't know why that wouldn't work. I kept clicking on it and nothing happened. Anyway, hi, this is Dana Blay from DBL Architecture, 8031 Winonga Road, Leawood, Kansas, 66206. I've been working with this owner for about 2 years, ever since he purchased this building, to try to do something with it. It's been an eyesore, and it's at a very prominent intersection. And so we finally came with a customer that wanted to put in a restaurant for this. And by doing so, he definitely wanted a drive-through. And so having the overlay district not allow that unless you get a special use permit, this is why we're here. We've designed this building to be a very nice looking structure. put a lot of landscaping in, done a lot of due diligence to make it attractive for the customer. And we've talked to the owners next door to us and behind us, and they're both in favor of this after having our neighborhood meeting. And they came out and talked to us on one cold, freezing day. And yeah, so I think it's a positive addition to the neighborhood. And I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
What type of menu?
It's, there's a food truck that is across the street that is in the parking lot next to the BP, and he does, I think, chicken and Mexican type food, tacos and things like that. So it'd be that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess my other question is timeline. If everything is approved, when does he think he'll start and be open for business?
Well, as soon as possible. I know permitting process is a killer. It takes a while, but we'd like to be in this summer.
Wow, that'd be fast. Okay.
No, it'd be fast. One thing I had a question about was the special use permit period. How long that lasts and how the renewal works, because I haven't seen that anywhere in the report.
So this particular SUP is cited to be renewed in 5 years, and then it would go through the exact same process as we went through. It'd be a little bit different because we're not reviewing, brand new construction documents, but public engagement, CPC review, BZA final approval.
I see. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
And you've reviewed all the conditions and are in agreement with them?
Yes, there's a lot of conditions, but we understand them.
Great. All right. If there are no further questions, we will open it up for public testimony.
There are no hands raised online.
All right. We'll close public testimony. Applicant, anything else you want to add?
No, I thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you. We will close all testimony and either discuss or I'll take a motion.
I'll just add, I'm going to say I'm actually not in support of the project here. Not because of the restaurant portion, it's the drive-through that just doesn't make sense to me. I think that it would be good to have a restaurant in this location and even in the existing structure, but the drive-through just doesn't make any sense to me. The applicant mentioned that this is a prominent intersection, and I agree, but I don't think it makes sense to have a drive-through on the corner of a prominent intersection. There was a comment made by staff that this is a sort of tapered off section of Independence Avenue. I disagree with that. If you look at the historic structure of Independence Avenue, it was not continuously businesses all the way through. There were little pockets of it, and this was one of those pockets. There are still historic structures that were there that were intended to be, businesses that are right up to the sidewalk. They were supposed to be businesses that are intended to be walked to. To me, this is concerted is not the right word, but there is a sort of reinvention of this corridor as an auto-centric corridor, and I don't think that's the right direction for us to be going in. So I'll be voting against this one.
So can we confirm the building's abilities? Is there ability to come in and sit down and eat?
Yes, there is.
And I would be supportive of that function, just not the drive-through.
Any other comments or discussion?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Anyone want to make a motion? If not, I can. I'll go ahead and move to approve docket item number 13 with conditions.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 13 with conditions. Margaret, could we take the vote, please?
Harkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Kasich,
Nay.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Docket item number 15 has been approved 5-1. Thanks for the project and best of luck with the build out.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to docket item number 14.
Number 14 is case CD miscellaneous 2024-3, a request to approve a moratorium until July 16th, 2025 on the approval of any zoning map amendments to a manufacturing zoning district or any master planned development plan that includes industrial uses within the KCI area plan boundary during the KCI area plan update process. This was heard at your last meeting and then continued because you all wanted to hear from Councilmember Willett. We also have a map that Alex is going to put on the screen showing the KCI area plan, the existing area plans, future land uses. The area planning area is outlined in red. And you'll see the purple colors are for light industrial, and commercial industrial. You'll see the airport there is predominantly in gray, and we use yellows for residential future land uses. So the purpose of the continuance last time was to see if we received any other testimony and to hear from Councilmember Willett, who's here. We have not heard anything further between these two meetings, just FYI, and I'll let Councilmember Willett share anything else you'd like to say.
Great. Welcome. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you, Commission. Thank you, staff. Main thing is this is what area plan hasn't been updated since 2009. Even on this plan, some commercial area there.
Right, can you share it?
Do like on both screens?
Well, everyone on,
Yeah.
like we have commissioners online that can't see it.
Thank you. Sorry, I did not know.
Oh, you're good.
Fine.
It's just anyone
Two
online.
commission members who are joining virtually right now.
Oh, okay, great.
You're all in the public if we happen to have anybody.
We still have a few people.
All right, thank you. Main thing is staff is putting together a recommending body to look over the updated version for the KCI area plan. There's some areas that are red, there's commercial that actually have homes. The school district's plans up here have changed. I know Platte County R3 is looking for a site that would potentially have a school right off Skyview. And a lot of times, plans change, and as I think rightfully so, staff's looking at this and saying, okay, yeah, we might want to do some rezonings if it looks like that. But since 2009 and where we are right now, it looks completely different. And there's a lot of work that staff and stakeholders, including community leaders, are going to be putting into this development plan. And if we're going to be doing some major rezoning, then I think it kind of takes the point of redoing certain plans right now. So that's the pause for it until after they complete their work, and then after that, business as usual. But this is obviously outdated, and a lot of roads up there that are proposed to be 4 lanes they're supposed to be 4 lanes by 2025. That's correct. Obviously still 2 lanes. And so, but they're using the rationale that that's supposed to be already a 4 lane to then rezone. And so I just think it'd be great for some of, for the citizen and stakeholder task force that we're gonna put together, and to honor the integrity of their hard work that they're gonna do. And there's gonna be stakeholders coming at it from different angles. So obviously letting them do their work and validating that work rather than, I think, circumventing it. And I don't think that's necessarily intentions, but if we're going to put that work in there, I want that work to be respected.
Thank you. Any questions for Councilmember Willett?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused. So the areas that currently have industrial, they wouldn't change? You're not trying to move them to another area?
No. So there's going to be an updated plan, hopefully delivered by midsummer, of the KCI area. And let's say that plan, folks in that committee think that there's a certain use that area should be. But if you go ahead and rezone it
based off this current plan, then you're going to have conflict and it kind of undermines their work.
And so, Commissioner Beasley, my understanding is that this would only prevent rezoning to an M-zoned district, but areas that are already manufactured zoning would be able to continue to pull permits, build, et cetera.
That's correct.
Thank you, Tyler, because I'm looking at this map and I'm going, well, if they're trying to change it, where are they trying to move it to? So I was looking at agricultural residential. The 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth one from the bottom of your legend. And I'm not quite sure where I'm seeing any agricultural left. Unless that is, you've got to the top where it says 92, if you come over toward the C, is that the agriculture that's between the purple and the light green?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're
Okay.
absolutely right. And then as a reminder, we're looking at what the current future land use map is. And so one of the things that I know I'd mentioned last week or last commission meeting
Session.
is that it would be nice if we were somehow able to see what was zoned residential currently, so that way we knew what we're actually talking about, because it's probably a smaller area than we're thinking that is now, in essence, if this is approved, under the moratorium. So, I mean, the majority of this area will still be able, people can still pull permits and build on it because it's already zoned the way they want it to be zoned for their development, or it's already zoned manufacturing. The only thing this would prohibit is the unique circumstance in which someone is trying to change the zoning from residential to manufacturing in this specific area between now and then the date stated, which is July 16th.
So expanding where it says 29 here next to KCI, that purple area, then you've got the green buffer area, and then it goes into the hues of yellow, which is residential. So your thought process is to keep them from merging into that residential and taking it over as industrial?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So currently right now in some of the area that shows residential and commercial, there actually were homes put on there, but then folks are using the fact that since we didn't adjust the plan when we put homes on there, people are using the 2009 plan to justify certain rezonings in certain areas. But I'm very confident that when the updated plan, certain areas that might show in 2009 that we thought would be good for industrial, they would probably not say good for rezoning to that. But does not affect anyone who's currently rezoned already or had an application prior to this. They're fine. This is just to protect the integrity of the work of the committee, to make sure that the community stakeholders are not undermined. A lot of times, a lot of neighborhood leaders, want some kind of trust that the effort that they're putting into their committee meeting to redo the plan, that they know, they can have trust and full faith in the system. But I can show you example, 108th and Skyview, there's over there where it shows some red and purple. There's a whole bunch of neighborhoods that were put in there that currently show that you could go put a manufacturing right across from them. And so that's the goal here, is just to make sure that we respect the integrity of the KCI area plan. And there's going to be some carryover from the in terms of membership who were there in the 2009 meetings to have some institutional knowledge, and then also some good neighborhood stakeholders as well.
We do still have a significant amount of AGR zoning in this district that, eventually might be something else besides agricultural.
But at the top where the C is, that's a different area plan.
The top where that C is not in Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay. Okay, I was just looking at the map, trying to better get an idea of what y'all were looking at when you were saying not changing.
All right, are there,
I'm good. Thanks, Tyler.
any other questions for Councilmember Willett? Seeing none, we will open it up for public testimony.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, closing public testimony. I remember I have a question. Do you have a sense of if this is going to freeze any projects? And if so, have you talked with those teams yet?
Yeah, as I've, like I mentioned earlier, any projects that have already come on, they're allowed as long as they're docketed. I'm not familiar with any projects that it would potentially freeze. And like I said, the goal of this is to protect the integrity of the committee, and knowing that very soon, within 6 months, we're going to have a area plan that looks completely different. As you know, this is one of the fastest growing areas, and different decisions have come from previous bodies and councils where, yes, it looked like commercial industrial would be great in this area, that they actually put a neighborhood, but then that's still underneath a certain color, and then they can use the justification of the current map to rezone if it's not currently zoned, to then put certain types of things you probably wouldn't want to be by your neighborhood. So there's a lot of confusion. This is the transition period between an old plan and a new plan. And so I'm not familiar with any projects at all, but I do know that typically with those are long period of time projects. I've like rezonings normally take a while for major projects, and they'll be open to right after the plan's redone.
Thanks. And then Sarah, point of clarification. So what you were saying about AGR, I think, is that I misspoke because I was saying it was just residential, and this would prohibit anything from changing to manufacturing if it's not already manufacturing.
right.
Okay. So sorry, I misspoke if that changes anyone's opinion. Okay. If there are no other questions, we'll close all testimony and discuss or take a motion.
I'll go ahead and take a motion. Vice Chair, I move to approve docket item number 14.
It's been, and do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item 14, which is a request to approve a moratorium until July 16th.
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Kasich,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
It's been approved 6-0 to approve the moratorium request until July 16th. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And that finishes our docket.
That's
Is
the
there
end of
any
the docket.
any other new business
No other new business.
and any public comments?
I have a question. About public engagement. When on the cases they'd say, "Oh, we send a letter or something," do you guys receive a copy of that?
We do receive a copy of it, but I think we get it with everything else, including the summary of their public engagement. So we'll get a kind of a packet from them of everything.
Is there like a template that the city, like, is there guidelines that they need to follow? Because I'm just curious sometimes to hear that there's public minutes, and I know normally they're not well attended, but
Yeah,
to
there
hear
are
that,
guidelines that they
yeah.
need to follow. Like it needs to be sent within a certain period of time. Neighborhood associations have 10 days to respond to the notice about scheduling something. If a neighborhood association doesn't respond, then they're free to go ahead and schedule their own public engagement meeting instead of working with the neighborhood association to do that. So, if the neighborhood association just, just never responded, they're not holding up the application. They can go ahead and put that forward. So we have been working on, Jared Clements has been working with the neighborhoods department on, better integrating those, because there's one system to register your neighborhood association. There's another system, Parcel Viewer, for finding, for a particular address, what is the neighborhood association. We're trying to do a better job of I'm not even sure integrating is the right word, connecting those two systems so they're talking to each other to make it easier for someone to find who's the right group to contact. So we have kind of a workaround. Like if you made an application today, we've got a workaround to help make sure that you're getting the right contact information for the right neighborhood association as an interim step to try as we work on better connecting these two systems. So it's not perfect right now, but it's improving. But we still have a few applications that, you know, that are in the cycle that might still come forward in the next couple of dockets.
And that's the same letter that they need to send to the neighbors in the 300 feet or like 700 feet on the gas
It's
station.
a slightly different letter.
Or it's different.
Yeah, because the letter that they send to people within 300 feet is saying there is a public hearing, it's on this
At this
date.
time.
And the letter that goes to the neighborhood association says, we've made an application and we want to work with you on neighborhood engagement.
But the city has a way to confirm that they actually send it and people receive it. Or
We
just,
can't confirm that
just
people
trust in
receive
them
it.
that they say it.
We confirm that it was sent.
How?
They tell us that they've sent it. It's not certified mail, so we don't have any way to confirm that any particular letter has been received. They're just required to put it in the mail.
Okay.
There have definitely been people who swear that they were intentionally left off before. And I mean, it could happen.
Right. No, I was just wondering how that process works.
Like, for example, if you're out of town and your mail is being held by the post office and you come back and you discover your letter, it's not the applicant's job to get
Right.
that letter in
To
your
make sure
hand.
that
It's
you
just,
have it. Right, right.
to get it.
No, I was just saying from the
Send
other
out to you.
side that we there's a way for us for the city to prove that it was sent. Yep.
We have the list of the people who are within 300 feet. Mm-hmm.
But we're taking their word for it, the applicant's word. Because it's not certified, there's no receipt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, if there's nothing else, Forrest and Betsy, thanks for joining virtually. The Wednesday, February 5th City Planning Commission is adjourned.
Thank you. Go Chiefs, y'all. Have
Go
fun.
Chiefs.
Be safe. Stay warm.
Surprise notes.
Sorry I wasn't there, guys.
We missed you. We had a
I know.
great
I was kind of hoping I would get to partake in lunch. So
I
It was as
wanted
close-
breakfast and lunch.
It was as close to a party as it gets in here.
I bet. All the ladies were gone. You guys had a party.
Mm-hmm. Plan to be there next time. We'll see.
All right, go Chiefs.
Go Chiefs.